I vividly remember stepping outside of my own body as a child. This is my earliest childhood memory. I do not know the exact age I was, but it's one of the few memories that I'm able to recall from my childhood as early as I possibly can. I remember waking up next to myself in my bed. It had felt like I was in complete and total control of my body, totally aware and conscious. I recall being extremely confused and worried about what was happening, and stepping out of my bed. I'm unsure of what my motive was, but I like to assume it was probably to go and wake my mom up out of concern. Now, this is the part that's never left me. I feel as if I can put myself back into the situation and see it just as clear as I did when I was a child. As I went toward my door, I turned back to see a tin garbage bin at the end of my bed. The lid started to move, and it illuminated. A fiery orange figure started to crawl out of it. It looked like it was made out of magma, or a personified fire. I remember screaming, but there was no sound to it, which scared me even more. I ran out of my room and down my stairs. When I looked out of these windows that surrounded the front door in my old house, I saw what looked like an animal, more specifically a dog. It was completely white and had yellow eyes. It was staring back at me through the glass. I completely remember how I reacted to this, with genuine panic and fear. I ran back up the stairs, and I felt like crying, but I couldn't. I was only able to hear my own thoughts, and was unable to make noises. The environment around me, my house, was, however, just very vocal. I recall the noises of my stairs and the sound of what a garbage made out of a tin would actually sound like shuffling around constantly. The ending makes no sense at all to me. I was at the end of the hallway facing my room after running back up the stairs. And I saw this garbage monster thing struggling to leave my room. Everything was almost completely dark around it. And I swear it's like I can relive seeing how the monster itself illuminated the furniture that it was close to. Just like how a fire or a flame would in a dark room. I clearly remember hearing, "It's not real." This was the voice of my mother who was asleep. When this happened, a dream catcher that I had hanging in the corner of my room began to consume everything around me. My memory of this part isn't as clear as the rest of this dream experience, but I remember there being light, with the center focus being this dream catcher. I'm unsure of what happened at the end of all this. I don't remember waking up or anything at all related to the event from that point forward. The only thing I can recall after this feeling is just knowing that it wasn't actually real, and that it was in fact a dream. From what I believe, I'm confident that this was some sort of, an out-of-body experience or a lucid dream. However, I also firmly believe that this was the first experience I ever had with the feeling of raw, genuine terror. There's never been a time I can recall with such feelings of intense fear, other than this instant from whatever age I was when this occurred. I'm now 21 years old and have absolutely never encountered the feeling of fear like that. But some other times where my life was actually in danger, I did, but nothing has ever felt as intense as it did in this dream. I think that's why it's never left my memory. Am I being haunted? Somebody please help me. I can't do this anymore. Just now, I completely saw a man in my living room, I was crying in my room because of something going on in my life, and I went downstairs to get water. I felt like somebody else was in the living room, like another person was there with me. My initial thought was my dad, because he usually wakes up at absurd times because of his sleep apnea. I walked into the room and saw somebody staring at me. I thought it was my dad at first, but when I focused a little harder in the dark, it was not. I blinked and he wasn't there anymore. I got so sick to my stomach and literally just ran away. I ran into my room and I can't stop shaking. I'm so afraid of just what it was that happened. This isn't even the first time that this has happened. A few months ago, while I was alone at home for a week, I thought somebody broke in. From my room upstairs, I heard my dog barking. I thought he needed to go outside, and when I went to let him out of the corner of my eye, I saw and heard a kitchen chair move. My dog started to scream, bark at it, totally freaking out, while I was standing there in this state of frozen shock. Both TVs turned on at the same time. I freaked out and made a sprint for my keys on the table, got in my car and called my parents sobbing. I wanted them to check the cameras before I dialed 911, and they told me they saw nothing on them. They thought I was being dramatic, and do not believe the full extent of my explanation that this chair had moved out from the table by itself. Aside from that, and what just happened not even an hour ago to me, a smaller thing happened to me too. A light in my room that has never once flickered started rapidly flickering, turned off, then back on again a few days ago. A door slammed in my face by itself not too long ago. Things are always being misplaced, lost, or randomly turning up after not being able to find it for a long time. Sometimes I think I see something move or someone out of the corner of my eye. I get these random feelings that someone is looking at me, or in the room with me when I'm alone, usually accompanied by full-body chills and goosebumps. At times I've heard fully audible words. The night terrors are so unbearable to the point of where I avoid going to sleep. Waking up screaming is a common thing for me, and my parents have to run into my room to wake me up countless times. These are all recent, occurring within the past 6 months. But I'm told by my parents that I used to talk to my dead grandfather, who I never met as a young kid. I was too young for me to have any current memories of him today. They say that I used to say I have a friend who quote-unquote brings me flowers and looks like Dad. Apparently, when they showed me his license, I got really excited and told them that he looked like that. Another thing I happen to actually remember is seeing something in church when I was a kid. During a service, I had seen a thick golden blanket kind of a thing pass through the aisle. When I saw it, I remember turning to my dad and saying, "Dad, I just saw God." And he laughed and said, "No, you didn't." Ironically enough, I grew up to an abandoned Catholic faith. I wouldn't call myself agnostic, atheist, or a skeptic, but I do always try to think of a logical explanation for things. I just feel like I'm going crazy. I'm so done with being afraid and feeling this way, and I have no idea where to turn. I'm begging for someone here to help me understand what's going on. Footsteps and missing items. Recently, we bought a home that was built a few years ago, and it's 2 stories. We're the second occupants. The original owners divorced and sold it to us. At least, that's what we were told. Nearly every day when I'm in the office, I can hear loud, and I mean loud, footsteps on the 2nd floor. My son's room is directly above my office, and that is generally where we hear these footsteps. Though randomly we hear footsteps upstairs in other sections, like when we're in the kitchen or in the living room. Every time it freaks me and my wife out and I run upstairs to see what's going on, but there is never anyone upstairs. I've even explored all of our attic spaces multiple times just to see if we had a squatter. There's no evidence anyone is secretly living in the attic. I've checked more times than I'd care to admit. I thought it was our son when he was taking naps, maybe running around. However, he's a young toddler still in bed that he really can't get out of. I've tested him, and it, multiple times. He sleeps with a full sleep cover, so if he could get out of that bed, it's completely covered. And any time that he's up there, I run up to catch him, but he's always still asleep. We have old school baby monitors, and they too pick up the footsteps. Now, if this were not crazy enough, since we moved in, multiple items have come up missing or moved. For example, we finished up a wine bottle one night, and when we woke up in the morning, it was gone. And when I say gone, I mean we checked every inch inside, outside, and all the trash containers. It was gone. Randomly, items will come up missing and show up in places that we would never put them. Some of this is really likely attributable to our toddler, but most of the time, items disappear and reappear in places that he physically could not reach. We're at a loss. Maybe we're haunted. Maybe we live at a nexus point. Either way, we're looking to sell soon because living in the Twilight Zone is annoying. We cross-posted this with the glitch in the Matrix because we're just at a loss at what the hell is going on. Extremely haunted donut shop. To start off, I work at a donut shop that's open literally 24 hours a day. Everyone wonders why we're open so late, but homies need their donuts, so it is what it is. I'm lucky enough to work late night shifts, which I guess is prime time for paranormal activity. When I first got hired, I was pretty indifferent to the ideas of ghosts, spirits, demons. I'm a college student, so I have a lot more important things on my mind, like drowning my ass in debt or just having a good time. Right after I got hired, one of my friends who convinced me to get the job asked me what position I got hired for. When he found out it was for the late night shifts, my guy busts up laughing and says, "Good luck, bro. Hope you know how to catch flying donut boxes." He's usually a bit of a clown, so I really didn't think anything of it. The first experience I had came on my first night. I was being trained on how to ring up orders correctly and navigate the menu system. It was around 2 a.m. at this point, and I really wasn't too busy, so my trainer felt like he could leave me on my own for a bit, and to call him over if I ran into any trouble. I pulled out my phone and started to run my playlist, when all of a sudden, I felt a cold finger tap me just under my shoulder. This made me freak the hell out immediately for one reason. My back was to the glass used to separate the customers from the register, COVID, which means nobody could be standing there. I immediately turned around only to see nobody there, and I called over my trainer to explain what just happened. He just nodded and smiled before saying, "Yep, welcome to the job, kid. Surprised it took this long for something to happen, honestly." The rest of my night was a tale of donut boxes constantly being thrown from shelves, lights turned on and off, my phone battery draining from 70 to 5 in about 5 minutes, you name it. One of my most frightening experiences to date, though, involved me actually seeing something. One of my duties at my job is to check the bathrooms to make sure that they're clean and everything is in order. One of the nights I had to do this, my manager was with me. We began wiping down the sink when all of a sudden the door swung open. We both turned to look at the doorway and a huge guy walks in. He was probably close to 6'5" or 6'6" with a beard that would give Gandalf a run for his money. When he walked a little bit closer, the room just filled with the stench of rotten, sour ass. It smelled like someone went to Chipotle, ordered everything on the menu, and decided to unleash the depths of hell on our walls. This guy looked at me and asks if the bathroom is open to use. Me, assuming the man needed to unleash the contents of his pants, grabbed my things and walked out with my manager to let him do his thing. We both waited right outside the bathroom door for about 5 minutes before my manager suggested that we go check on him. When we walked back in, it was completely silent and the stall door was closed. My manager and I just looked at each other in confusion and decided to knock on the stall door. No answer. I pushed it a little bit and it was unlocked. Nobody was there. This guy was nowhere to be found, and there's only one exit out of this bathroom. I can say for absolute certainty that he did not walk out of that bathroom. Obviously, there have been so many more experiences that have occurred, not only to me, but everyone who works there as well. I will say, though, it's a lot more fun to be sort of a veteran of this place, watching the new hires get freaked out at the voices, flying donut boxes, and physical touches. Because now I've been through it all, and I've seen it all. What happens when a loved one dies? This happens in Mexico. Me and my family are from a small town at the outskirts of one of the biggest cities in the country. And that has become semi-urbanized since last century. So people here still have strong folklore about the supernatural things in comparison with the rest of the city. So the paranormal stuff is seen here as something more accepted between the people. To the story. It happened at the beginning of last year, when the second wave of COVID really hit the country, making almost all of the hospitals get overwhelmed. One of my uncles works as a nurse in the hospital, so unfortunately he caught the virus and ended up infecting his family and parents, as well as my grandparents, even before presenting symptoms. His father and my grandfather were brothers, and all of the 3 houses are next to each other. The problem started when my grandpa and his brothers started to get worse after they presented symptoms. So, my parents decided to take my grandparents to our home in order to take care of them. Fortunately, my grandma didn't present even symptoms, but despite her best efforts, my grandpa was not getting better. Taking him to a hospital would have been a death sentence due to being overwhelmed, as I mentioned before, due to him being already dependent of oxygen tanks because of the virus. So, transporting him was really difficult and a risk for his health. And even if he would have been accepted, the personnel inside of hospitals weren't enough. We have more family members working inside hospitals, so we knew what was really going on inside of them. After 2 weeks and all of our efforts, he did not make it. So as you can imagine, it took a really big toll on us all. As for the brother of my grandpa, he ended up dying as well, both of them being at their 80s. Now, one of the usual things believed here is that when somebody dies, the person stays around for a few days. I've never been someone who believes every story about paranormal stuff. I try to judge things from a more rational side, despite experiencing some things that still make me wonder about what we can really assure about what we know about paranormal things in general. This was my first experience with the belief that I mentioned. The brother of my grandpa died a few days before him. The weird thing started the very same day that his brother died. It started when I was in another room of my house, as I was getting ready for something to eat. So I was not in the same room as my grandpa when all of a sudden I saw a shadow for a brief moment exiting the kitchen. But I really thought it was my imagination due to the fatigue. My parents and I took turns taking care of Grandpa, so he never was unattended, even at night being my turn when this happened. So I ignored it. But after I heard a voice of Grandpa's brother coming from the same room Grandpa was, and I have no doubt about that one. It was clearly him. Obviously, I freaked out because it was impossible that it was him, because we were not in the same city that he lives in. He was also in a delicate condition. So I went to check on Grandpa, but there was no one there, and my other family members were not there at the moment. I gave it not that much of an importance until a few hours later when we were informed that Grandpa's brother had just died a few hours before. Even worse, after my grandpa started asking the condition of his brother any time that he could, he had not until that day. Despite not knowing he had died being impossible because we knew that if we told him, he'd probably just get even worse in his health. So everyone just kept it a secret, even my grandma. Even till the last days, my grandpa asked about him, and we just told him that he was better. I don't know if he believed it, because he said that his brother came every now and then to visit him, and as you can imagine, that being impossible. The day came when my grandpa did not resist anymore and passed away. Just a few hours after his brother. One of the most common things that happened here is that it's said that after someone has died, some other person who doesn't know that person died sees them, like if they were making their daily lives for one last time. I didn't believe in that before all of this happened. But the news of my grandpa's death took a while to spread as we were not in the same city that we lived in. And as I said in the beginning, being from a non-completely urbanized area, people still knows almost everyone in town, especially old people. When we went back to my grandparents' house to stay with my grandma, fortunately parents took off work so still could be done at home, we found some friends of the family who were really surprised about Grandpa's passing, as they said they had seen him just a few days before, still after his passing, and even had a brief chat with him, and knowing them, I don't distrust them, as they're not the only ones who attribute everything to paranormal stuff, and also their reaction was complete shock. Maybe I believed more easily due to what I experienced with my grandfather's brother. Even for a few days after we arrived, my grandpa's rocking chair swayed at random times. I would have known if the wind or a minor earthquake were causing this because I know that house like the palm of my hand. I used to live there for a few years when I was younger. Sometimes plates would appear out of the kitchen without any logic, but we never really felt uncomfortable. I guess that's what it means when people talk about feeling their loved ones still being with them. This started to fade away slowly, and in the end everything returned to being as normal as it could. I need help explaining something that happened while I was younger. When I was younger, about 8 or 9, I had spent the whole day at a local fair. I was showing my 4-H animals, and because that shit was itchy, I had gone to my parents' car to change it. For some reason, there was just this old man next to the car, though. I hadn't put much thought into it. This guy didn't give much explanation, but he asked me to get into his truck. I hadn't really been educated in kidnapping and stuff, like I knew it wasn't a good idea to trust strangers, so I quickly said no thank you and finished changing before running off. Skip forward several hours, and once I was done hanging out with some friends, I go back to the car for it to be gone. For context, I've never had a good relationship with my parents, and I really shouldn't be living with them with all they do to me. Of course, I was worried. Really didn't have any way to get home now but walk. But that old man was still there. He said that he knew my parents, even said their names, and said that he was going to take me home since they had forgotten me. Being a small town in Ohio, I didn't really take much for anybody to know each other, especially when your grandfather was the favorite high school teacher for forever, basically. So I really didn't question him and climbed in. It was at this time that I noticed the first weird thing besides him still being in the same spot as earlier, as if he knew it was going to happen. His face would almost change, if that makes sense, never appearing quite the same as it had only a few minutes before, yet still recognizably being him all the same. Of course he didn't take me home, but instead to his own home. Besides the normal kidnapping crap, there was many things off about this. Where we're seemingly phasing in and out of traffic, as if we weren't entirely there. Another thing of note is that when we finally did get to our destination, at first we had just turned into a cornfield before a small path just barely large enough for the truck made itself known. It was as if we were entering something otherworldly, and that I was witnessing something that I really shouldn't have. At the point of him shutting the truck off, I had understood that I had just been kidnapped, but something about him just made me feel so calm. Like I knew that nothing could go wrong in his presence, like no harm could possibly come to me. My time there was, for lack of a more fitting word, perfect. I had no worry of getting hurt from my parents, no stress to be as perfect as possible. No worry that every little thing I did wrong or forgot to do would get to hurt me. I got to do whatever I wanted, play games with him, or bake and help him around the house, or anything else my brain could come up with. Eventually, the time came when I realized that I really needed to go back. No matter how perfect it was, I couldn't stay here any longer, simply because I needed to get back home. Thus, I left as soon as I knew that he had fallen asleep, and just as we came in the corn parted large enough for me to pass through while some fireflies fluttered about as if to light my path. It took me what felt like days to get back home, though it was probably only a few hours since night had broken. Or rather, since night hadn't broken. The whole time it felt as if I was pulled in two separate directions. One down what I assumed to be the proper path home, and a lighter pull to that farmhouse. I kept trudging forward, and the moment I reached home, the moment of dawn broke. The tether to the farmhouse was now gone. After managing to somehow get inside, I learned something horrifying. I had been there for 10 days, and just as suddenly as I disappeared, I had reappeared. Years later, around 11 this time, while out with friends, I noticed I was near that magical cornfield, and just kind of went over to it, expecting something to happen. But nothing did. The corn simply swayed in the wind, and even going deep enough into it that I shouldn't have found the house, and there was nothing. No clearing, no beat-up old pickup, no kind old man. I want to say this was just the delusions of a scared child, and that trauma has made me misremember some or most of the details. But that doesn't feel right. Still to this day, I see him sometimes, but it's always out of the corner of my eye or passing by in the streets, only for me to turn around and either the person have a completely different appearance, or that person just wasn't there altogether. Dream hopping or dimensional travel. For years, my best friend and I have collected an array of stories from minor encounters with the paranormal to the almost horrifying. To make this story a small step into the weird will be easier to understand my best friend and I. It was a late Saturday, We were both passed out in her full-sized bed. She liked to sleep against the wall, while I liked to be free to move by the edge. I remember my dreams so vividly, like if I could fall asleep while typing this, I could be right back where we were. There were stacked rows of desks, like the classic college class auditorium. At the front was a solid light wood desk. It looked yellow in the scene, contrasted against the green Berber carpet. There was a small board with a presentation. I don't remember the exact words of the slide that well, but I do remember after I read that slide, and it was my boyfriend's turn. I clicked the next slide and turned to her, indicating her turn to present the slide. As she began reading, I awoke halfway through her sentence. But when I woke, she was lying beside me, still reading the next slide. I freaked out. How was she reading the slide? I'm awake and she's still asleep. How? I started slapping her arm, trying to wake her up. She groggily slapped me away and said, "I'm not done reading the slide yet." I was freaked out even more. I ran to the bedroom light and flicked it on. I bounded into the bed and declared that she and I were going into the kitchen to drink coffee and talk about this. She was confused at first, but while the memory was fresh, I had to ask her what she remembered. She told me the layout of the room, the desk, the carpet, the smartboard. She even pointed out that I had read the slide before hers. We both kept tossing back and forth about how there was no way. I think at the time we remembered the topic of the presentation, and she said that she had no idea why she would know that stuff. We still reminisce on that scary dream hopping. And every time we do, I always wonder if we really had transported ourselves into each other's dream, or somewhere else. Worst feeling I've ever felt. This happened years ago, but I still remember that night. My bed was in the space next to my door. The hallway light was on at this point, and I wasn't comfortable sleeping in the dark, as I was still fairly young. So the room wasn't as dark to the point it was pitch black, but it was only as bright as the hallway light would go. I was sleeping on my side, back facing my room and front facing the wall. I remember being in a deep sleep, honestly a peaceful one at that. I heard whispering. I remember I couldn't understand what was being said, like they were talking in tongues or a whole different language. When I was younger, I wasn't bilingual at all, so I really couldn't have known if it was a different language. It was like it woke me up immediately. I remember my eyes being forced open by shock. Not the kind of shock where somebody throws you a surprise birthday party or something that you weren't expecting. It was that shock that makes your stomach hurt. I knew someone was at the top of me because I could see their outline. I didn't dare to move, I was so scared. At one point they stopped speaking and slowly started to move to the side of the room. My eyes were stuck to where that thing used to be, and I remember having to talk myself up trying to gain just one bit of courage to even look. I eventually did look, but as you could guess, nothing was there. I don't remember much about what happened afterwards. I just know that I eventually did fall asleep. I haven't experienced something so terrifying since then. Every time I talk about it, being reminded of that dreaded feeling. Seeing shadow people. When I was a child, I always got a weird feeling from my grandmother's house, specifically at night. It was just always so hard to sleep for some reason. One night I had a nightmare. It scared me so much I had to get out of bed to walk to my grandmother's room. My grandmother's room, however, was on the complete other side of the house. I walked down the hall past the atrium and saw my shadow on the wall. This didn't frighten me right away because I figured it maybe could just be the moonlight shining on me through the glass of the atrium reflecting a shadow. But I noticed the shadow was extremely tall. I knew shadows could look distorted, but this didn't look like my shadow. I turned around to find a 7-foot-plus tall shadow figure standing clear as day in front of me. Being a child, I reacted the only way I knew how to. I kicked it in the private area and ran away. I went to my grandmother's room and told her what had happened, and she just waved it off. Now, I would just say that this could be night terrors, but growing up, I told my siblings about it, and my sister had seen the same thing. Years had passed, and we started to get kind of too old to spend weekends at my grandmother's house. My brother lived there for a short while, and one of his previous girlfriends had seen it too. To this day, I wouldn't spend the night at her house. It's unsettling. I've even woken up to my grandmother staring at me while sleeping once while I was there. This hasn't been the only time I've seen shadow people, though. I've seen them in the reflection of my TV, in the back seat of my car, out of the corner of my eye. I choose to ignore them. To me, it's not so consistent for me to think that it's hallucinations. I've seen so many shadow people, felt presences, and just recently seen a full-body apparition. One time I felt something watching me sleep so strongly. I was paralyzed in fear because I knew it was there. I've had sleep paralysis before, and this was not it. At one point, I swore I felt my shirt riding up while sleeping. I tried to ignore it, but when I felt something touch my back, I told myself, "Oh, hell no," and got up. I find it strange. I see these things a lot while others don't. I do believe in ghosts and the paranormal, but it honestly scares me. I don't invite that energy. I don't want to communicate with them. I just want to be left alone. However, I can't help but be curious. I've heard shadow people are mostly negative, and that just frightens me more, because I've seen so many of them. If anyone has more info on them, I would definitely appreciate it. Did something impersonate my dad? Anyways, this happened to me when I was about 9 or 10. I was preparing to go to sleep on a weekday, and I got underneath the blankets when I heard someone walking into my room. When I was a kid, I always left my bedroom door wide open, but because of the layout of my bedroom, I can't see anything outside when I'm laying on my bed. I only realized it was my dad when he stepped into my room and stood by the doorframe. That's when I noticed something really weird about him. He had this expression on his face like he wanted to kill me, or like if I had done something terribly wrong and he was furious at me. His eyes were completely open. At first, I thought I had done something wrong, like I clogged the toilet or he had tripped on one of my toys and came to my room to scold me. But he just stood there with the most serious look on his face for about 10 seconds without saying a single word. My dad is the least serious person I know, and he's really talkative, so this unsettled me very deeply. Then I asked him, "What's going on?" And he didn't react at all. Now that I think about it, I don't think he even blinked during this whole thing. He stood there for about 4 seconds after I asked him, and then he just straight up disappeared. Like he was edited out of a video, like he logged off from an online video game. I was dumbfounded. I sat on my bed completely frozen, thinking of an explanation of what just had happened. Was I dreaming? I recall being wide awake with my bedroom lights on, not being tired at all. In fact, at that time, I couldn't fall asleep if I didn't have my blankets covering my head. And I also was playing with my PSP before I heard the footsteps. So, was he really in my room, and I just had suddenly fallen asleep? Then I woke up and he wasn't there? If so, then why did he have that terrible expression on his face? I checked the time on my PSP, and only a minute had passed since I turned its screen off. I concluded that I couldn't have had a quick memory lapse, and he actually did leave the room normally. So I quickly ran to my parents' room to see if he was either in the hall walking to his bedroom or inside of it, preparing to go to sleep, To my surprise, when I entered, he was sound asleep, snoring loudly. I woke him up and his eyes were bloodshot red as they usually were when he was been sleeping for a long time. His hair was also really messy, unlike when he came into my room. I asked him in a serious tone if he had gone to my room before going to sleep. He saw that I wasn't playing around, sat on his bed and answered that the only time he had gone to my room had been at noon. I literally cannot explain what happened to me. My dad thinks it's pretty weird, and I stopped mentioning it because he's pretty scared of the paranormal, and I don't want to stress him out. I don't tell the story often since it's so ridiculous. I know nobody would believe me, but it's been bugging me for so long I just want some sort of explanation. You can't make this shit up. My 7-Eleven is haunted. So a while back, roughly around mid-November 2021, I was working night shift at my local 7-Eleven. My coworker was in the back cooking chicken, and I was out front taking care of the customers and making sure all of our write-offs were done. And then I heard this alarm telling me that the door opened and a customer had entered. I spun around to greet them, and as I did, I saw a black blur rush through the door and dart down the nearest aisle. At first, I thought it was a customer that really needed the washroom or something, but then I noticed I didn't see them pass by any other aisles leading to the washroom. So, I decided to take a quick look around the store to make sure they weren't trying to steal anything. However, I couldn't find anyone in the store. They just disappeared. Roughly 5 to 10 minutes later, a woman entered the store and walked down all the aisles, seemingly looking for someone. Then she called out their name, "Wesley." She only said it once before leaving the store. After that strange night, up until 3 days ago, things were normal. Nothing really seemed out of the ordinary, but the only incident I found being slightly strange was hearing a banging thud on the walls. This was in the kitchen one day. However, one of the bathrooms is on the other side of that wall, so I was cooking at the time, so really didn't know if we had any other customers in there at that moment, which is completely possible. There could have been countless things that they were doing. We've had extremely high people banging around the bathroom before. Teens will sometimes decide to have sex in there. Ew. Needless to say, that washroom's definitely seen some shit. And I wouldn't be surprised if it was a customer. Anyways, on Thursday, January 20th, I was once again working the night shift. And while doing my end of the shift, paperwork and printing off everything I needed, I was standing in front of the window facing all the gas pumps, when for some reason pump number 1 popped up on the gas till, saying that someone clicked the request help button. But when I looked out the window, there was no one anywhere near the pumps. The entire lot was empty, except for a couple of cars belonging to other people in the area who also work night shifts in the neighboring stores. Later that same night when I went to the washroom, the door handle jiggled when I was inside. This was an employee washroom in the back. Customers don't have access to it. And when I came back out, I asked my coworker if she was trying to open the door, but she was getting cookies boxed to sell to customers and never left the front of the store. A silhouette in the sky that hid the stars. This one happened to me when I was young, like elementary school age. Pretty sure like 4th or 5th grade. As I had mentioned in my previous post, there's absolutely nothing to do in this little town. At least there wasn't when I lived there. So more often than not, this led to kids being mischievous. This night was no exception. I waited until my grandparents fell asleep, and then I snuck out. Yes, at 4th or 5th grade, and met my friend up the street. We really had no plans, like, what the fuck was a couple of kids going to be doing out at night anyway? Wasn't the safest idea looking back. Anyway, I met up with my friend on his bike, and we just rode around together and teased each other, and did what typical 4th or 5th graders kind of do. Now at that time, my friend only lived a few blocks away from me, maybe 2 to 3 blocks total. Wasn't that far, and probably would have been too sketched out to go any farther at that age, honestly. So we were just riding up and down the street between his house and mine, and we both suddenly got a horrible feeling. I say both because he had to have felt what I felt at that same time. We both simultaneously stopped riding our bikes and just stared at each other for a second. I still really can't wrap my head around what happened next, but I have a few guesses. As we stood there with this horrible feeling in the air, it was almost as if the air suddenly had an electrical current. It's the best way I can explain it. All the hair on my body stood up, and there was this sort of tingling feeling, I guess you could say, followed by a deep, deep primal sense of fear. As soon as this primal fear hit me and my friend, for some reason, we looked into the sky. Now, again, small town, not a lot of industrial lights. You can see the stars pretty clearly, especially on a night like this. What we saw, and the best way I can explain it, is this blacked out rectangle shape, extending for maybe a block and a half over us. It was a silhouette in the sky, and you couldn't see the stars through this thing. There was a perfect outline around it, and it definitely was a solid object. At this point, we realized that it was hovering over us. I'd say maybe a couple 100 feet in the air overhead, and was projecting a shadow over us. Now, I've experienced some scary stuff in my life, but I still don't ever remember feeling this primal amount of fear, sheer terror. My friend and I looked at each other and screamed, and I booked it out of there, riding my bike as fast as my little legs could go. The weird thing is, though, is I was only a block or two from my grandparents' house. It felt like it took an eternity to finally get back there, despite my pedaling as fast as I could. Now, as an adult, 20 plus years later, I guess you could chalk it up to some sort of experimental craft that maybe we weren't supposed to see. I don't know. I can still feel that primal fear even thinking about this situation. And I still can't figure out what exactly happened that night. I watched someone get possessed when I was in middle school. Went to middle school or junior high, whatever, in a small town and community. There honestly was nothing, like absolutely nothing to do besides go to the mini mall or to the community rec center, where they would hold these teen dances and play horrible early 2000s music. Ew. Ended up going to one of these teen dances per usual with a group of friends. And per usual, said group of friends got into it with the preps or jock kids. Fight breaks out. Police are called. Everyone scatters. Me and this kid, who I'll just call Nate, end up walking back to his house on this bike path that runs along the backside of this rec center. It's nighttime, and there's a skate park to one side of us, and for a while, then nature trails, and a river on the other side. We keep walking along this path, and suddenly Nate stops and says, "Do you see that?" pointing into the pitch blackness as he faced the direction of the nature trails and the river. Now, this kid was admittedly at times not always too nice to me, and I thought he was just messing with me at first. So I say, "See what? There's nothing there." But at this point, this fool is walking towards whatever he thinks he sees. I see him walk right up like he's approaching a person, looks back at me and just crumbles. It was like he fainted or something. So now I'm in the middle of this path completely alone, and there may or may not be some type of presence that just caused my friend to pass out. I'm scared to death at this point, obviously, and this is all becoming too much for my 13-year-old brain to handle. I'm half Hispanic, and I grew up around very religious elders, and was always told when I had nightmares or even if I felt evil that I needed to pray. I started walking towards my friend because I didn't want to leave him there, but I also didn't want to be alone, and I began praying. Now, as an adult, I am not religious, but at this time I was doing whatever I thought would help. I went to try and pick my friend up, and he was so heavy, abnormally heavy. I was big for my age, and he was much smaller than me, height and weight-wise, and it was like I was trying to pull a grown man. I know dead weight, but this felt different. He also was ice cold to the touch, despite it being in the middle of summer. I started to drag him, and was praying and focusing on this one particular star as I did so. Not really sure why, looking back, but I focused on this star and prayed repeatedly. My initial thought was to drag him to the hospital, but I swear the more I prayed, the brighter this star got, and it was like he was revived or something. He woke up annoyed that I was dragging him and scuffing his inversion, and just confused about what had happened. He said that he saw an old man near the tree line when we were walking, and that he motioned for Nate to come towards him. He said once he got close to the old man, this thing put out its freaking hand inside of Nate, which is what apparently made him pass out. I was happy he was okay, and that I wasn't alone, and we ended up walking back to his house like nothing happened. But I believe something did happen to Nate that night. Flash forward a month or so later, and per usual, I'm meeting up with my friends to once again go to one of these teen dances. Because per usual, that's the only thing going on. I get to Nate's house and the whole feeling is just off. Hard to describe, really. I go downstairs to Nate's room and he's not in there. But this is something that happened. We were good enough friends that I would just wait for him to pop in, which he would do normally. But this time, there was nothing. I go back upstairs, and every single animal this dude had, which was like a cat and 2 or 3 small dogs, if I remember right, they were all standing hair raised with their backs to the front door, staring up. And I see my friend Nate sitting over this banister that he had in his house in a weird way, feet dangling. Didn't see him there when I came in, and he's just silent, scribbling and mumbling something. "What's up, man?" I asked him nervously, not really knowing what the hell was going on at this point. Nate looked up at me, and looked like he hadn't slept in a few days, deep circles underneath his eyes, and he says, "I ain't fucking scared." Confused, I asked, "Scared of what, bro?" And he jumps down from the banister with the paper in his hand and gives it to me. The paper has the word death, and then just black scribbles, like he had been sitting scribbling the same circle in the same place for a long time. instantly got all the bad vibes and nope energy, and I just flat out told him, "I'm going home, man," and opened the door, leaving his terrified animals in the corner and wondering if they'd be okay. Long story longer, Nate eventually got into a lot of trouble, dealt with some pretty crippling vices, and though he's still alive now, looks like a shell of his former self, or just not what you would have expected this kid to grow up to be, to say the least. I think I witnessed a possession happen to him. Haven't told many people this story, and I don't think I've ever shared this in detail. My friend and I were hexed by a crazy guy living in an abandoned villa. I'm a 22-year-old university student. I'm male. I live in Fez, Morocco, where the university that I study in is located. A few days ago, I was at a public cafe studying for exams. And as I was leaving for home, I ran into my friend. Spelled Mehdi. The narrator's going to go with Mehdi. After the usual, "Hey, how are ya?" he told me something weird had happened to him. As he was walking to the cafe to meet me, he passed by an old abandoned villa situated on a small street behind the cafe. The villa is old and is surrounded by a 1.5 meter long wall that is further supported by a 2 meter long steel fence on top of it. The villa itself can only be viewed partly, mostly because of the vegetation behind the fence, old trees, untrimmed plants, and usual horror story stuff. As he was walking past the villa, my friend was called by a weird, creepy guy from behind the fence. When he approached the guy, he gave him a piece of candy rolled inside of a piece of paper, as well as another piece of paper folded neatly and covered entirely by Scotch tape. My friend thought it was weird, but didn't think much of it. As he continued to walk, he unwrapped the piece of candy, just to check if it was actual candy, and threw it away. Then he moved to the scotched-up piece of paper. After struggling with the tape for a bit, he managed to open and unfold it. He was surprised by a weird assortment of letters, symbols, and hard-to-decipher words in Arabic. In my culture, these things are taken very seriously, and the majority of Moroccans believe this stuff is real and works. So my friend, who studies Islamic jurisprudence, was very surprised to know what it was. A hijab, not to be confused with a hijab. They're both spelled the same way. It's a sort of magic charm that veils its users from harm and protects them from evil spirits. And in some occasions, it could also work as a bringer of love, appreciation, and service from other people. When my friend told me the story, I was instantly intrigued. For all my life, I've been curious about these things. Although I do not believe in them and still don't to this day, I wanted to see if the spell would work. I took the piece of paper from him, gave it a quick scan to see what it was all about, gave it back to my friend, telling him to keep it until we go back home and, in fact, see what it's about. When we did get back home, we opened it again and read it another time, more closely together. The wording of it is quite weird and hard to decipher, not to mention it has some weird symbols, one in the shape of a cross, and the others in the shape of an Othala, and the other two are in the shape that I couldn't decipher, but they looked like unequal signs, only with 3 horizontal lines in the middle. I have the picture of the spell on my phone, and I'll post it here as soon as I figure out how to do that. Upon closer inspection, the words that we could manage to decipher translate to something like, "O God, I have sacrificed this unborn child for you to bring your servants. O most great one, to bring unto him acceptance, love, and victory." The servants referred to here are the jinn, to whom whoever made this spell wished to appoint the job of bringing the man who gave it to my friend good luck and fortune. When Mehdi read that, he interpreted the supposed sacrifice of the unborn child as bringing the crazy man the love that children get from others. Mehdi was scared, but was unbothered, seeing it as nothing but pointless words that have no meaning. But since my friend was really scared because the spell was given to him, he consulted with his roommate, psychology student. He advised him to burn the spell to break it, if it had any real effect, and to relieve himself from the unwelcome thoughts that it would invite into his mind if it was kept on him. Mehdi and I went out into the roof of the house and burned the spell together. Skip forward a couple of days. Mehdi and I were walking together back from the usual cafe that we sit in, and for some reason he told me to go down a path that we never took together before. And it's completely on the opposite side away from where we live. I said yes, and we went for a walk until we arrived at the same villa that he got the piece of paper from, and we saw the same guy that gave him the spell standing behind the fence with his face between bars of steel and staring aimlessly at nothing. At this point, Mehdi and I no longer cared about the supposed hex or curse that he cast upon us, so we jokingly agreed to approach the guy and speak to him. The moment he saw us, he called us as we were approaching him, and we started talking to him. He introduced himself as Hamid. The villa he's in is supposed to be his uncle's, and so is another cafe in front of it. We didn't believe him as he was obviously not all that sane in the head. He can speak and understand well enough, but something about his empty, emotionless gaze and the super relaxed posture, as if he doesn't have a single care in the world, as well as the way that he speaks completely spontaneously, without even thinking, kind of screams insanity. We asked him about the little piece of paper that he gave us. He said a police officer gave it to him, an obvious lie. We told him that we took the piece of paper to a FQIH. I have no idea how to pronounce that. Fuck. FQIH. A key. Fqi? The Moroccan Islamic version of a priest. Excuse me. And he simply answered something akin to, "Yeah, sure you did." He saw right through our lie. As we were talking, he started giving us commands as if we were his servants, but in doing so in a completely straightforward, non-condescending way, as if it's just natural for him to speak and ask people for things and just get them for free. He asked us to go get him a simple soft drink from a nearby grocery store, to which we declined, but he insisted. So we told him to wait until tomorrow, and we'll get it for him. Fast forward till tomorrow. We go past the villa again, and he's there, his head between the steel bars of the fence, staring aimlessly at nothing, his big round eyes and toothless mouth gaping open. We saw him, said our hellos, and immediately he started giving commands. "Go get my drink now." His commands became more assertive, but still non-condescending, and straightforward. The way that he speaks is kind of like that of a child. So we told him to ask us nicely and we'll get it for him. He did, and we went to go get him the drink. When he got it, he simply threw it to the ground and asked us for a bar of soap. We asked him what he wants to do with the soap. He said he'll be going to a traditional bathhouse and he needs soap to clean himself. So we got him the soap. He threw it on the ground next to him too. We asked for something else. He asked for something else. And we said, "That's enough. We'll be going back home." And we did. I'm writing this at the usual cafe I sit at, waiting for my friend Mehdi to come over, so we can visit this guy again. My friend and I joke about the hex having actually worked on us, And that's why we bought him that stuff yesterday and are going to visit him again tonight too. But something deep inside me questions me about it actually being true. What if we did get hexed, and now we're servants to this crazy homeless guy living in the abandoned villa? I actually bought some pizza earlier that I only ate one slice of, and now I'm keeping it for the crazy guy when we go meet him. In fact, it's very likely that the spell didn't work, and we're just doing this because we think it's fun and like talking to the guy. But I can't help thinking that the spell did work. Things and moments to share. Early 90s. My old house definitely felt weird. I had always thought I had seen shadows in the corners, but I just shook it off as I got older. There were 2 times I remember something sounding like it had fallen, a big bang or a boom sound followed by a clattering sound, only to never find anything that had fallen. It happened once when my mom and me were in the kitchen, and we went to the basement to explore what it was, but found nothing. Moved in 2000. A new house didn't have any weird feelings or events, other than the first night. I could have sworn I saw someone move my bedroom door. I thought it was my dad walking by, but when I got up to ask him, he was downstairs watching TV and said he never walked by my door or moved it. I always felt it was my dad's father checking up on him. Didn't have any real experiences outside of that. A couple people in the woods smoking a joint. I was hitting it hard and I felt like either a bear was coming or we were being watched. Got in the car shortly after. Then my mom passes away in 2010s. At the time I wasn't religious, but a couple of weird things happened. The last word she told me was that I was a good person, which was weird because at that time I was always thinking about how I needed to work towards being a better person. Then she was supposed to be pretty much brain dead from a stroke. But the first day in the hospice, when I arrived, she had a huge smile on her face and looked right at me as I entered. I didn't know what to think at the time, but now I feel like it was her way of saying goodbye. She never did it again, at least that I saw, and she passed away a few days after. I remember distinctly having a dream with her a while after. We were at her old church, and she was in the foyer chatting with someone. I noticed her sitting talking to her friend, and I think I said, "Mom?" But all I remember is that she looked right at me smiling. I felt a bunch of positive emotions, just pure love. Later, I remember I was chatting with a woman, and she just happened to mention something about finding dimes left behind by her loved ones. What was so weird about that? Since my mom had passed, I had noticed specifically dimes popping up in weird places, and when this lady told me that, it felt like it all clicked. It even happens now, and I always think of my mom and dad. After my mom passed, I was more open to everything, since my mom was really spiritual. Some things she had told me before, just general stuff, started to come true, so I knew I had underestimated her teachings. A few years after that, my dad sadly passed away as well. Both were tough to let go, but I was more understanding this time than with my mom. Back then I was very angry, but now I realized this was just how things had to go. My dad didn't pop up for a while in my dreams, and I was worried. Then one day, I had an extremely vivid dream. I guess I should have mentioned that I usually don't remember my dreams, so these sticking with me means more, I suppose. Basically, in the dream, I'm in bed, and someone is coming to smother me with a pillow, but I see it coming, so I'm ready to explode when they do. As I do in the dream, I wake up. The lighting of the room is the exact same as in the dream, fairly bright and sunny. I'm a little shaken up by the dream because I couldn't see the figure in the dream, just the pillow. My room door was closed, and I hear my dog whining outside, probably to go outside. I open the door, and much to my dismay, my dog has shit everywhere on the main floor. Took me a while to put the dream and the dog pooping together, but then I realized someone woke me up, and it had to be my dad. He was always funny about waking me up when I was a kid, and he was very close with my dog. I did see my dad in later dreams, a few times with my mom with his grayish hair, and then once looking much younger, which admittedly threw me off. I had only seen a few pictures of him from the 80s, and even a few were from the 70s. But it was him for sure. I did notice my mom in my first dream encounter, and she looked kind of younger too. That's it for the stories today, guys. I apologize with my attempts at trying to pronounce Moroccan, which I admittedly have zero experience in. But I hope none of you wake up with your dog having pooped everywhere in your main floor. Till next time. Greetings, fellow truth seekers. Join us at Paranormal M as we uncover stories that challenge the limits of human understanding. Make sure to subscribe and hit the bell icon to stay connected with our explorations. A haunted house I lived in. I was about 9 when this happened. Me, my mom, and my sister moved into this old house that was made before the Second World War. My great-uncle, who was a veteran, told us stories about when it was in the old glory days. Well, everyone in our town said that this place was haunted, and that just sent off signals in my head, especially when I remember driving past the front of the house and seeing a girl in the attic window. I eventually rubbed it off, but still hated the house. I always felt like I was being watched and never felt alone. I was always uncomfortable, and I just hated it, and begged my mom not to move us in. Yeah, that didn't happen. Whether you believe in mediums or not, both of my grandmothers had a hardcore belief that we had medium blood, or something stupid like that. But it skipped a generation or something. My room was the worst to be in, always freezing, always felt heavy, and always had something weird going on. My sister just hated going past my room to go to the restroom, and I always hated being in my room. When we first moved in, I would knock on the floor and something would knock back. I would grab midnight snacks and see shadow men, women, and children from the corner of my eye. One time I was even making a sandwich. I saw the shadow woman in the hall. I just said hi, then made my sandwich. I turned for some reason, and I saw a shadow man, maybe a foot from me. Took me a minute before I ran to my room. One time I was sleeping in the living room. I felt a hand pressed against my back. I heard light footsteps. It felt like a male's hand. My parents are divorced and no one had their boyfriend over. Another time I had a few pieces of paper on the table in the living room, and I made the joke that the ghost should move it. It took a moment before it shot across the table. Just stopped on the edge. I jumped up and ran. Another time I woke up in my room and saw a girl in my doorway. And not like skin tone and hair color, she was translucent. She was gray with gouged out eyes with blood going down her face. She had a dress on with a coat. I stayed frozen before I jumped up and moved past her. My sister rubbed it off until her boyfriend stayed in my room while I was at a friend's house. He saw the exact same thing, but rubbed it off until he heard my story. But what made this so much weirder is it's the same girl from the window before we moved in. And as the narrator, I must say I've never heard this term rubbed it off. Interesting. Something is attached to either me, a 22-year-old female, or my boyfriend, a 28-year-old male, and I need help. So I've had sleep paralysis since I was like 15. It's just something I grew used to. Other than the initial shock and fear, it didn't really bother me. When I was 19, I was living with my aunt, and I could just feel there was something in the house. That could be a whole post itself, but there was one experience that changed my perception entirely. I was working at Ulta at the time, just relevant to the story. Most of my job was just showing customers products and swatches. I normally used to get sleep paralysis when I was laying on my back, but this specific night before I worked, I'd fallen asleep on my stomach and ended up having a really bad episode. And she, my sleep paralysis demon, was always the same woman, was sitting on my back this time, pinning my wrists down. I could paint the picture of all the details, so this was by far, the most intense skin-crawling episode I ever had. My wrists were throbbing. I thought I could feel her digging her fingers into my skin. I could feel her legs squeezing my ribs and even her hair brushing my back. It was so vivid. I came to, and of course there was no one actually in my room, but my skin was crawling. Well, I went into work the next day per usual. Went through my normal day. I had been washing my arms off from all the swatches, and my coworker pointed out this weird brown shade that wasn't coming off. I brushed it off, but when I was showering later, I tried scrubbing it off, and although it didn't hurt, it didn't budge. It was identical bruises on both wrists where she had been holding me the night before. This changed my perception of sleep paralysis entirely. I no longer felt like it was just bad dreams, as it became very real. Moving out of that house seemed to halt. I hadn't had sleep paralysis or negative spiritual experiences for about 3 years until last night. So I moved in with my boyfriend about 2 months ago. This house has never felt bad or negative to me. Same with the boyfriend, obviously, or I wouldn't be with him. Me and my now 4-month-old puppy have been doing pretty great. Brutus, the puppy, has had a couple of weird incidents. Barking in an empty room, waiting in front of doors with no one inside, randomly going nuts. I figured I'd sense something awry, so I chalked it up to him just being a crazy puppy. I saged the house regardless when I moved in. It's just part of my personal anointing process. I light incense pretty regularly, and things have been really good. Until last night. I get home a little after 2:30 in the morning. I wasn't super tired, and me and my boyfriend stayed up for a while talking. I decided I probably needed some sleep, so we went to bed. He fell asleep holding me in a very specific position. I fell asleep, but it was kind of like a weird half-awake, half-asleep kind of feeling. I was asleep with my eyes closed, though. It was weird because it felt like I was awake. It was so vivid. In my quote-unquote dream, I was looking at my boyfriend, in a different position than I saw last. And right behind him was a woman, not the same woman I used to see either. Her image shook me to my core. All the stereotypical sleep paralysis demon features. Dark hair, pale skin. The thing that freaked me out the most was its eyes. They were wide open, staring at me from behind my boyfriend's head. I couldn't see her mouth, because only the top part of her head was peeking over him, but it looked like she was smiling. It took me a solid 15 seconds to force myself awake. I physically had to pry my eyes open, which is why I don't believe it was sleep paralysis, and I could move as soon as I actually woke up. When I looked and saw that my boyfriend was now in a completely different position, the one that he was in my dream, I instantly felt nauseous. This did not feel right at all. As soon as I woke up, I sat up hyperventilating and crying because of how bad this energy felt. My boyfriend just tried to comfort me, telling me it's just a dream, and all that. But this was different. This felt demonic. I ended up shaking and crying in the bathroom last night, dry heaving from the image. Her face is burned so deeply in my mind I can't sleep. I'm cleansing the house again today. Something's telling me this is deeper than that. My boyfriend believes in the paranormal and doesn't have a problem with the way I handle things. But he's one of those, if I don't see it, it doesn't bother me kind of people. Something is haunting me and my sister. Ever since I can remember, I've had some scary experiences with things I can't really explain. From things falling off counters to seeing people that weren't there. It became a norm for me and my family to the point of us ignoring things. I believe it's all connected to the house that we were living in at that time. Because as soon as we moved out, these unexplainable things hit a plateau. But this experience was too stunning to ignore. First, a little bit to know before I start the story. It was a pretty chill night at my house. Everyone was asleep except me, my sister, and my baby's brother. And my brother's baby. Avery, who was about 10 months at the time. Avery was very attached to my sister, so she often slept with us. Me and my sister shared a room with a bunk bed, and of course, being the youngest, I got the top bunk. This bunk bed was worn and creaky. If someone was moving or doing anything at all, it would make a noise. Anyways, on this night I was watching TV while my sister went out to do something, leaving Avery sleeping on the bottom bunk. She had been in a deep sleep for about 30 minutes. And usually when she hits the 10-minute mark, we know that she's out for the night. To my surprise, my sister came back to the room pretty quickly and sat down very aggressively on the bed as well, and she left the door open. Her heavy sit caused a very loud creak to come from the bed, so loud that it made the baby wake up. I heard a quiet shh come from my sister from the bottom bunk. Avery started crying heavily. I've never heard her cry so hard, but I chose to ignore it because my sister was with her and would hopefully calm her down. But after 20 minutes of this going on of constant crying, I couldn't take it anymore. I wondered what my sister was doing instead of comforting the screaming baby right beside her. I was annoyed beyond belief. Are you serious? I bend my head down to look at the bottom bunk, and all I see is Avery, sitting there, tears running down her face, alone. My heart completely drops. Felt like I couldn't breathe for a second. My body went completely cold, although I was in a well-heated house. My sister then bursts into the room, screaming at me for not doing anything about the crying baby. I was absolutely stunned. I seen my sister come in, I heard her sit down, and the door was still wide open from when she first came in. She asked me why I wasn't doing anything, and I simply replied, "I thought you were in here." I was visited by an angel during my lowest moment. Over the summer of 2021, I was visited by an angel named Tibri. I know how this sounds, but I need to document this on the web in case anybody else ever comes across a similar situation. I was driving to meet up with my friend and go and have as much fun as we could in New York during peak COVID restriction times. I was depressed, driving and listening to all my favorite sad songs on my way to hang out with my friend. I park up around the corner of his house and just start crying, thinking about my future with school and my business that I'm launching this year. I light up a cigarette, and a few seconds later, after me begging God for an answer and crying about my future, out of the corner of my left eye, a random guy, who looks like a Greek god with golden blonde, straight dread-like hair, like Zeus, appears next to my car on the sidewalk. It's a one-way. He had a golden aura surrounding him, as if he was going Super Saiyan from Dragon Ball Z, but very light. I could not tell you for $2 billion whether he was white or Mediterranean or what, but he looked like an actual representation of what churches make gods look like in their art. Even down to the halo part around the whole head. He walks up to me in a very casual New York kind of way, Queens. As I'm crying, he asks, this is the angel speaking, "I got bud if you need." Me. "Nah, bro, I'm good, I appreciate you." He starts walking away and comes back once more asking, "You sure, bro? Take my number down, I'm always around here." And for some reason I responded, "You know what? Yeah, man, you seem cool. I've been going through a lot." He goes, "You shouldn't be sad. Everything's gonna be okay, you got this." I got goosebumps. I asked the angel for his name as he's giving me his number, and he says Tibri. I texted the number saying my name, "Nice to meet you, bro." And he walks away and responds exactly 3 seconds later, "You too, my brother, I will see you soon," and walks to the corner of the block. Less than 15 yards. An immense light just shines down this one-way street and he disappears. I turn my car on, drive to the intersection, and there's only 3 places he could have gone, straight, left, or right. He went none of the above. He vanished. In less than 10 seconds, this man was gone, and he walked to the corner. His phone number no longer works. Goes straight to, "We're sorry, this number has boop, boop, boop." Some of you may laugh, but I feel like if an angel were to ever approach you and send you a message, what's the best way you think that they could do that won't make it too obvious? For me, being raised in New York, you always got someone trying to sell you weed and they take your number down, so I'm used to it. So instead of an angel coming down with its wings out in an obvious halo, what if they just pop out as a regular customer at your job? Or just someone that you let cross the street even when you have a green light? Or that homeless person who truly wants something to eat? What if that's why we're told to love each other equally? Because you never know who you might really be talking to. For all we know, this reality is all a test, and you need to pass the test by shedding kindness onto every soul you meet. If I caught my angel slipping, just know, Tibri, I'm gonna make fun of you for eternity. My father's village. This happened about 11 years ago when I was a child. Don't really remember the exact age, but I remember it was during the summer holidays. I live in Central Europe, and my father comes from a village in a neighboring country. The village has a population of about 1,000, so basically the whole village knows each other. And the village is a little bit, well, weird. It doesn't really have to do much with people. They're all really nice and liked to see our family when we came there every summer holiday for 2 weeks. We didn't really go there for about 4 years because Father and Uncle had a big fight about grandmother's heritage after she had died. But I plan on going there alone once this whole COVID thing is over. So I guess I'll start with the stories. First, the village and the house of my grandmother, where I also had my own experiences. So the first story is one that was told around the village when my dad was little. Once there was a church celebration or a mass, or how it's called. And it's about this one man. I don't really know much about churches, but this one has that tiny balcony where you can observe things from above, and it has some extra seats. He went there because it was the last place with empty seats. He sat on one in the corner, but had fallen asleep. He woke up sometime later, and the church thing was still going, but something felt off. Apparently, after some time, he realized that the people there were already dead and buried behind the church, and everything was silent. He was scared, so he tried to open the front door, which was unfortunately locked. By the way, the spirits were staring at him this whole time. After some time, he had an idea to go up and wake up the village using the church bell. It worked, and the village gathered and unlocked the door so he could get out. The ghosts were not there anymore, and his hair went from gray from all that fear. I heard other stories, but I don't remember all of them, so if people who read this want to, I can ask my father about these stories. So now to my dad's experiences. It's nothing special, but I'm just kind of surprised at how many of them there are. First, when he was a teen, there was a celebration and he and his friends were messing around on the edge of the forest. At one point, they both saw a light deep in the forest. They decided to investigate. My father is really brave about these things. So they took a bucket of water in case of fire and went up. When they arrived, no light was to be seen. It was just pitch black like it tends to be in the forest. So they looked around for a bit and then went back. After some time, they again looked up the hill and saw the light again. But this time they were too scared to go there. So they kind of forgot about it and the light disappeared after some time. Then, when he was older and was in high school, this one is probably the creepiest and always seems too fake to me. So I later thought it was just some kind of a bedtime story that my dad made up. I joked about it a few years back, and my dad started to shout at me and was really angry with me for some time afterwards. That made me believe that he was telling the truth, because he seemed genuinely angry that I was making fun of it. So, he was in high school in a nearby city, and would always arrive home pretty late. This one evening was in winter, and it was around 11 p.m. From the bus stop, you have to take quite a long road to the house. Then it's just a few more houses, and then the forest. So he was walking towards his house. A few hundred meters away, there's a turn, so you cannot see very well what's further down the road. But then there arrived an old lady, and she was coming right towards him. He already knew something was off because what would an old grandma be doing outside at this time? She was pretty normally dressed. She had a skirt and a headscarf. But after they get closer, they noticed something. She was normally dressed, but instead of a face, there was nothing, just a black hole. He was obviously really scared, but continued to walk towards her. They crossed each other, but she didn't seem to be aware of his presence. So she kept walking towards the village, and my dad ran home and went to a troubled sleep. Those are the two that I remember. There are, of course, a few more. And now to the house stories. So first, my dad, when he was already an adult, slept there for a few nights. His grandmother used to live with them when he was little. He had a room on the second floor, and his bed was facing the door. Every morning, his grandma would look through the glass. And this was on the door to see if, he was awake. And then she would open the door. So now that he's an adult and sleeping in the same position like when he was little, it was close to midnight, and he was looking at the locked door. At one point, he asked himself, "What would you do if the doors opened right now?" And just a few seconds later, the doors would creak and open. He was staring at them for a few minutes, waiting if something would happen. Then he got up and locked them again and went to sleep. The second one is from my uncle when he was about 11 years old, home alone at night. The stairs to the second floor always creak incredibly loudly. He was about to go to sleep when the stairs started to creak, as if someone was walking on them. He was scared, but managed to put the blanket over his head and fall asleep. And now to me, my twin sister. We recently talked about this, and I told my sister I always felt weird and scared on the second floor. And when I had to go up there, I would be super quick and then sprint back down. I was surprised that she told me she felt the same. So here's her story. Me and my dad were sleeping in a tent in the garden. We were about 9 years old. The grandma and mom were sleeping downstairs, and she was sleeping on the second floor. She told me that she heard the door open and someone was walking around the room. She suddenly felt cold, like someone was hugging her. This lasted for about a minute. Then it stopped and the door closed again. And finally, my story. It's pretty similar to my uncle's. I was quite addicted to video games when I was about 10 years old. So once there was some kind of celebration and everyone from the house went there except for me because I wanted to play. So it was around 5 p.m. and I was playing downstairs in the living room when suddenly I heard the stairs creak incredibly loud like someone was stomping on them. I waited for nothing and bailed from there to the garden where I spent the next 2 hours before everybody got back. And I grew even more scared of the second floor and the stairs. Paranormal experience that's happened to me. My family went camping over a weekend down in Wyoming in the Yellowstone area. It was my immediate family and my cousins. One night during that stay, it began to rain, and my cousin and I decided that we really didn't want to get soaked in a tent, so we moved into my mom's red Suburban and put the seats down, and just stayed up and talked. I'm not entirely sure what time it was, given I didn't have a clock, but I'm assuming sometime around 2:33. We were talking for quite some time, to the point that even the forest was quiet. I sat up and looked out the back window of the vehicle and stared deep into some trees. Before anything bad happens, I always get a feeling beforehand. I remember staring down this line of trees and just getting an overwhelmingly bad feeling. Anyways, that feeling had caused me to just lay back down and continue talking to my cousin. I really didn't have the time or energy to see anything that night, because I knew if I kept staring in that direction, I would have seen whatever it was. As I was laying next to my cousin, a blue orb swiftly passes around the car that we were in. It was about the size of a basketball, maybe bigger. It was incredibly fast, so fast it shook the car. I jumped due to it surprising me, and I quickly grabbed onto my cousin and asked him, "Did you see that?" He gets a little startled from my sudden grab of his arm, and he just says that he didn't see anything. I brush it off and assume it's just my lack of sleep messing with me. Anyways, fast forward about 2 minutes. A mass of light blue, a glowing orb start to surround the vehicle that we're in. It's making a noise that I will never forget. It's sort of like when a car at high speed passes you. It gets loud, then quiet, then loud again. The whole car was shaking as these orbs continue circling this car at this insanely high speed. This time, he's experiencing it too, and I'm clenching his arms so hard and screaming while he's screaming with me. This happens for what feels like forever, but in reality, it was probably just a matter of seconds, maybe 10. After the orbs vanished, we kept holding on to each other for a couple of minutes while shaking. Neither of us wanted to open our eyes. He says he saw something different than orbs. He described it as a tesseract triangle absorbing into each other, like a dolphin swimming through the water. But he described them as light blue and glowing, just as I. I need help possibly identifying this creature I saw. My family is pretty abnormal, I'd say. Either that or gifted. We see lots of things that people would probably call us schizophrenic or crazy for. Hence why I don't share these things with people outside of my family or inner circle. And normally when I do have other people with me, they can see these things too. My mother and stepdad had recently finished building their house, and when I was about 9 or 10 years old, it was kind of in the middle of nowhere. It actually was right next to a prison as well as a military facility. My brother and I all got to pick our new rooms, and I chose the room with the windows facing the front of the house. Since the house was brand new, we hadn't had any blinds installed yet. Really, the only furniture that the house consisted of was our beds and a couch in the living room. Before I experience these abnormal paranormal things, I always get chills down my spine. I can sense it before it happens. And it's as if the hairs on my neck perch up, and I can feel the direction the energy is coming from. I believe it was the first night of our stay there. I had my bed right next to the window. I was struggling to fall asleep, so I just stared outside at the single street lamp right next to our driveway. I instantly felt sick, nauseous, and just overall icky. Something was going to happen, and I was sensing it, and I just couldn't look away. I have a bad habit of just staring directly into the direction that the energy is located. As I was staring, I saw this large humanistic creature thing. It was terribly skinny and freakishly tall. My heart just stopped. I've seen many freaky things before, but not like this. It's so tall, just slightly shorter than the street lamp, with long, skinny arms that dragged behind it as it slowly limps across. God, I was so frightened that I was frozen. I probably was holding my breath from the fear, and it just encapsulated me. As I see it limp across my yard, it crosses that street lamp. It illuminates all of its features. It's just disgusting and horrifying. It has no hair, it's fleshy, it's tall and skinny. Its features and its face are sunken in, yet it has no eyes or lips. Its legs are slightly bent as its arms drag behind it. It's so vivid in my memory even now. I remember every detail, and I'm 18 years old. Anyways, I just stare at it in complete fear as it crosses slowly, And after it passed that light, it just vanishes. I ran into my older brother's room after that, and I just slept on his floor. Let's just say I basically stayed up the whole night making sure whatever that was didn't come in. The energy just located in that area in general was terrible. I never left that house at night alone unless someone was watching me. During my childhood, did I meet the ghost of a girl or ? However, the roof was technically not the exclusive use of our kindergarten, as it was shared between our building and the next. And their penthouse also had access to said roof, but the family that owned the apartment, let's just say, had an agreement with the Babar to let them use it. Said family also happened to have a daughter, whom we were told was sick. But once she made a full recovery, she would join Babar and be able to study and play with us. This girl, by the way, she's the protagonist of this story. After noticing her looking at us from inside her home, and having taken as much of a liking to her as a little kid of that age can, I asked her to come play with us, to which she replied she was not allowed to, as her parents told her that it could make her more sick. However, after a few days talking from her window, we found a way to cheat the system. She would leave the door of her house open and would throw a ball at me, which I would then throw to her in return while we talked, which her parents thought was cute, so our caretakers kind of did too. So much so that they told my parents, which wasted no time to tease me and claim that I had a girlfriend, which embarrassed and angered me, and would tease me almost daily whenever they would come fetch me and would find me playing with her. This detail will be important later. After a few months, the girl stopped showing up. I was told by one of our carers that her health aid had gotten worse, and thus she could no longer play with me, and I never saw her again. While I was very upset about it initially, my parents and I moved away during that summer, and soon I was too busy making new friends in my new school to remember about her, as kids won't, kind of do. And so 10 years passed, until one day, after I told my mother that I had gotten my first girlfriend, she decided to tease me and claim that she was the second, as the girl in the kindergarten came first. This tease made all the memories of that girl come rushing back. And after a few weeks of not being able to take it off my head, I decided to return where Babar used to be, and with some luck find the girl and see if she would remember me. Luckily for me, the family still lived in that house, and after I introduced myself and told them a very abridged version of the story through the speaker, they invited me to come up and talk. The father explained to me that sadly, the girl had passed away all those years back. But not to worry, as rather than inconvenience them, it made them happy to meet somebody else who remembered their daughter. After all those years, although he did say he didn't remember her ever playing with me, he did, however, confirm that they did not let her come out to play with kids. Her health was just very bad, and they feared it may get worse if she runned around or anything. Her mother, however, seemed somewhat bothered, as she mostly just stared at me silently. And once her father began showing me pictures of the girl that they still conserved, which, by the way, was indeed the girl I remembered, she suddenly asked me how old I was, to which I replied that I was indeed 16. And this is when the story turns weird. The second I mentioned my age, both her and the father were visibly shook and disturbed. The father quickly asked me to confirm my birth year, which is 1986. After looking at each other and then at me with bewilderment, The mother, which I mentioned had mostly been quiet, began telling me, visibly upset, that it was impossible that I had met their daughter, because their daughter had passed away in 1986. That made no sense, because my mother remembered her just as much as I did. And I do remember our carer mentioning that she was ill and could no longer play with us. So that's 2 adults and myself that remember her. Yet her parents insisted that she had passed away in 1986, and her father even borderline angrily threatened with showing me her death certificate. Things got very tense, and I felt extremely uncomfortable, and so did the family. So I excused myself, which they did make no effort to stop and left never to return for another 10 years. By the time I was nearly 26, I decided to return to the house once more, despite feeling extremely uncomfortable about it, because as silly as it sounds, I could almost not believe my own experience, and I wanted to find out the truth. But by then, the apartment belonged to someone else. I'm now nearly 36, and I still cannot forget this story, which keeps coming back, usually after I have a dream about it at random every couple of years. I met a woman I'd had a vision of. When I was around 14 or so, I had 2 friends very interested in magic, Wicca, and the supernatural. I'll call them Abby and Brittany. One day, Brittany wanted to try something that she had read about, a massage that was supposed to open up the senses or something, like a spiritual type release. This massage was supposed to only be done with 2 people in the room, but we were young teens and didn't care. We decided to try in Abby's room, in what was basically an attic. Brittany would massage Abby first. We turned off all the lights so it was pitch black, and Brittany started on Abby's shoulders. I was sitting on the floor, unable to see anything, and that's when it happened. I began to feel weak and lightheaded, like I was about to pass out. I took a deep breath and was suddenly no longer in Abby's room. I had been transported somewhere else entirely. A bright blue sky, no clouds, no sun, all of this expanded above me. Flat beige rock was as far as I could see. From the rock, people were growing, also entirely made of beige rock. Some were more formed than others. Some were just tall blobs. It was like the blobs were being shaped by an unfelt wind. I walked along the eerily quiet surroundings by these people until I came to a rock woman in the middle of my path. She was older, her hair in a bun with glasses on her face, and her arms had not yet been formed. I was just standing there looking at her, when just as suddenly as I had arrived, I was back in Abby's room. Abby was crying, and Brittany quickly turned on the lights. She told us that she had seen a dark place with reds and blacks. It had scared her badly. I didn't tell them what I saw. I had thought that was that. We never spoke of it again. A couple of years later, Abby and I were at the mall. I had to use the restroom, so I went and did my business and walked out of the stall to the sinks. And that's when a woman approached me. She held out her hands. They were wet from washing, and said in what I'm thinking was Italian, "Scusi." She was dressed in beige from her glasses to her high heels, with her graying hair in a bun. I was shocked, but showing her how to use the air dryer for her hands. She said grazie. We smiled at each other and I walked out. I never saw her in real life again, but a few years after our encounter I had a dream. The beige woman was lying in a canopy bed, surrounded by thick purple and red blankets, and her family. A window could be seen looking over a beige city with bright blue sky. It was clear she was on her deathbed. She told me something, and I wish I could remember what it was, but then she peacefully passed. That's when I woke up sobbing. For years, when I would think about her, I would tear up and I would feel like I was having an adrenaline rush. When I finally was able to tell others about this, I couldn't speak without crying. Creepy damn experience. I was 14, so maybe my memory is foggy, but I swear to God it was real. Spirits and ghosts were always a joke to me until this moment when I legitimately felt like something happened. Warning in advance, this may be long and it's on my phone. Noted. So 3 or 4 years ago, when I was around 13 or 14, I was at a close friend of mine's house. Me and him always hung out, and I would stay the night and all that jazz. As one would do as a 13-year-old, I trusted him. His house has kind of a big backyard where we would always play soccer. Now, if you're standing flush to his house looking at his backyard, there is a normal wood fence straight ahead and a normal one to the right. To the left, there is only a 2 cinder block high little wall. He would always tell me that he saw big black figures and shit in his neighbor's house windows and yard and the porch. Meanwhile, might I add, nobody lived there at the time. I would always write it off as him just jokingly saying these things to mess with me. He would describe them as these 8-foot-tall black masses, just pitch black things standing there or existing there. And when he would look away, he would go away or move closer. Keep this in mind. So me and him are in the backyard messing around, playing soccer, kicking the ball, eating whatever you do at 13. We have our goal set up with shoes against the cinder block wall. Dumb as hell. I shoot a couple and they bounce off and come back. Then I hit one and it goes over the wall, into the neighboring house's yard, and rolls to the furthest corner of the other yard. Of course, my friend, being him, said, "You kicked it, go get it." Willingly, I jumped over the little wall and head to the ball. As I walk over, yes, walk, I don't know what I was thinking, I feel the only way I can describe is my stomach drop like a roller coaster. I turn my head toward the neighbor's house, and standing against the wall is this massive, at least 8.5 foot tall black mass. Just there, existing. I froze, ball in front of me, and all I could do was stare. I felt like I was holding my breath. I wasn't focused on anything but its entire body. I heard my friend tell me to hurry up, and I finally snapped. I grabbed the ball and looked away for half a second, and when I looked back, it was gone. But I said, "Fuck that," and I grabbed the ball and ran as fast as I could back over. I went inside and got a drink and just didn't mention it. The next morning I asked my friend and he said, "Yeah, bro, I see him all the time. It never does anything. It just is kind of there." This is going to be hectic, but here's the beginning of the past few months. Just to start off, yes, I believe in the paranormal and all that. I also practice craft stuff, so it's fairly well a part of my life, not to mention that I've dealt with more than my share. As of recently, I moved states to live with a family in an attempt to disconnect from the other side of my family, and to basically start a new page in my book. The house I moved into has been in the family for like 40 plus years. And a few years back, my great-grandmother passed. It was sad, and I miss her much. However, I'm still unsettled about seeing her trying to get into her old room, my now room. She hates doors and had to put one up for privacy deals. While I was rearranging and taking some old things out of my room, I moved a brass photo frame that holds the Last Supper, the one with Jesus and his crew. Not Christian, please remember. No respect to those that are. I had set it on the floor to be hung up elsewhere. I think it looks kind of cool, and like Da Vinci, it was kind of chilling while I was putting books on the shelf and whatnot around my room, when I hear loud thumping from the living room. That wouldn't be an issue if there was someone else in the house, even my cat, but it was just me. I firmly believe that that was my great-grandmother telling me to put it back up. I did. 2 to 3 months after I moved in, her husband, my great-grandpa, passed also. They both still kind of roam the halls here and make sure that things are in check, which is fine and all, and I'm just getting used to seeing them so often. This isn't just a few things that happen here and there, though. The past 3-ish months, there's been a figure that wasn't invited into the house that seems to try to spook me and my boyfriend as much as possible, going as far as scratching me a few times. There hasn't been a night since my boyfriend moved in with me that we've gotten a full night's sleep because of this thing. I know it upsets the great-grandparents to a degree as well. It really goofs with the energy of the rest of the house. I've tried cleansing, removing, even going to someone with my more experience than me kind of thing for advice. Curious to know a non-skeptic's thoughts on this experience from when I was about 14, 8 years ago. So it's 2 a.m. I'm very tired right now, procrastinating going to sleep, so apologies if this post is incoherent. I've never told anyone this story before, because they'd probably think I'm crazy. I myself am an atheist, though this memory sure raises some doubts. I've decided to believe it was hallucinations caused by anxiety, since at the time I had terrible social anxiety, along with generalized anxiety disorder. It was also during the same year that my depression came on suddenly and hard. My parents divorced. My mom moved into an apartment, and I spent every weekend in this old house with my dad. Now, this was in 8th grade, and I remember middle school was when the vast majority of my nightmares were about demons and ghosts. So that would have also raised my anxiety surrounding that. So probably the easiest thing to dismiss was one weekend I saw a tall, dark shadow moving out of the corner of my eye. Another time, as I was getting into bed, I saw a bald white man walk toward the wall, only for a split second. Those are whatever. People see things out of the corners of their eyes all the time. Whenever my dad was out of the house and I was sitting in the bedroom upstairs, I would constantly hear footsteps downstairs. If I went downstairs to look, nothing would be there, and the sound would stop. I go back up and into the bedroom, and I would hear it again. You know the cracking sound of settling? I would hear it relatively frequently at night. Okay, so now I'll describe the big night that absolutely terrified me. My dad was out of the house, and I was in bed upstairs trying to sleep. I heard that cracking sound non-stop, every few seconds. Then I started hearing the very distinct click of a plastic cap on the string curtains hitting against the wall. It was very regular, like it was tapping the wall once per second. At that point, I was getting very anxious, and I put on my headphones and started listening to music to calm down. At the time, I used Tumblr, so I was also scrolling through that. Suddenly, a chill went down my spine, and I got a very strong feeling that I was being watched. I think this was because I subconsciously heard the garage door open, because my dad did come in the room a few minutes later, but I'll get into that. Anyways, chills down my spine, feeling of being watched. Soon after that, I started hearing talking through my music. I couldn't make out any words. It was a man's voice, just sort of talking normally. First, I closed Tumblr in case it was an ad or something on there, but it didn't stop. Then I closed the music app. It still didn't stop. A second or so after I stopped the music, the voice turned deep and angry and honestly demonic and was yelling. At that point, I ripped my headphones off, ducked under the blankets, and started hyperventilating. Maybe a minute later, my dad ran into the room asking what's wrong. I just told him I didn't hear the garage door open and thought someone broke into the house. I didn't want to say that I was hearing voices. Something like that's never happened to me since. A month or two later, my dad moved into an apartment, and I never had to go back to that house again, thank God. Although, in one bedroom in my mom's apartment, if I'm in it at night, I would constantly hear footsteps from the kitchen downstairs. But nothing extreme ever happened like in the original house. And now she's moved out of that and bought her own condo, so I'm completely free of haunting paranoia. I'm just sharing this because I'm curious what somebody who believes in hauntings has to say about my story. Oh, and another experience that I can't explain. In 6th grade, I heard the future. Though it's actually a pretty boring story. I had a male bus driver in the morning and a female bus driver in the afternoon. One morning I was on the bus and suddenly heard my afternoon female bus driver yell, "Hey!" I looked around, but no one was reacting to it, and I double-checked the driver. It was definitely the male one. That afternoon I was on the bus home with the female driver. At one point, a girl on the bus screamed and the bus driver yelled, "Hey!" and it was exactly the same yell I had heard that morning. The first story is strange. That one, I think, was coincidence, sir. Or man. The fleeing light in the woods. First off, I've never really had anything paranormal happen to me. And I've had a relatively short life so far, 25 years. Being a scientist never really made much sense to believe in something that can't be proven. However, that's all changed that one night. About 4 years ago, I was attending a college in southern Arkansas, and I was getting my bachelor's in biology. My then girlfriend, and I didn't have much money, so we shared an on-campus apartment so our scholarships would cover the rent. This complex was on the outskirts of the campus, right next to a rather large pine forest that some people went to smoke in, but you could always hear them. In between the forest and our apartment was a dirt parking lot. Our apartment sat on the first floor of the complex, on the side closest to the tree line. We came back to the apartment after grocery shopping one night. After bringing all the groceries in, I decided to sit out on the patio, looking at the forest and the night sky. It was a nice spring Arkansas night, with not a cloud in the sky. So this didn't surprise my girlfriend. She went inside and I sat down. As I'm listening to the whippoorwills, excuse my pronunciation, I notice a green light coming from just behind the tree line. It was blinking relatively slow and looked as if it was around somebody's neck, and that thing was digging. Not digging with a shovel, but more animalistic, like a wild boar digging for grubs kind of digging. It was making no sounds and seemed to be minding its own kind of business. As I'm watching this thing very intently, a car pulls into the parking lot, briefly flashing its headlights over the light. At this point, the light stood up, turned solid red, and darted in a straight line through the trees away from the car. Not like a deer running through the trees, mind you, but straight without moving. I estimated that it probably moved at about 40 or 45 miles an hour. Needless to say, I did not sleep that night. The next day I got up early and went to go investigate where the light was. There was a small opening next to a creek where I estimated the light was coming from. However, there was no signs of digging or tracks of any kind. I walked in the direction of the light where it had flowed to. The clearing quickly went back to being a thick sort of understory made of lots of shrubs and oak and greenbrier and limbs. I could barely walk through without getting cut up, and I certainly couldn't walk in a straight line. I did not know what I saw that night. I've certainly never heard of anything like this, and I've never seen that light again. I talked to some of the wildlife management friends to see if they had tagged some animals with an LED collar or tag or something that looked at me like I was crazy. Doing so would make no sense and would reduce the survival of the animal. So what was it? An extraterrestrial? A lost spirit? A person? Or an animal? I guess I won't ever really know for certain. Since then, I've seen many other paranormal things. I've stayed in cabins where the chairs moved by themselves. I've witnessed green orbs from the sky crashing into the earth. I've witnessed spirits vocalize and speak out possessions my friends have taken from them. It all started after seeing that light. My neighbor that didn't age. There was a family of 4 that moved into our neighborhood. I couldn't figure out where they were originally from, but they looked like they're Asian and Hispanic at the same time. They're very good-looking people. Can't explain, but you can say that they're very attractive. I haven't seen them out or talk with other people. I think it's odd that they go out all together almost every night. The 2 members look like a couple, and the other 2 look like a mother and her teenage kid. I wasn't quite sure if the teenage kid's a boy or a girl, but they, he or she, look very attractive in a way I couldn't explain. They have short silk black hair, but not very short with pitch black eyes, and a sad body posture, like in a weak demeanor. At that time, I thought that he or she was a bit weird. It was night and I was practicing running around the block preparing for school competition. On my way home, I saw the weird kid sitting in their front yard, and they were holding a water bottle or a tumbler. I said hi, and they just nodded, so I didn't try to make conversation, and I headed home. I never really talked to the family, but they stayed in our city for at least 5 years. Not quite sure. Then I heard from my parents that this family are moving to a different country due to their jobs. I didn't ask my parents a lot about them, because I guess I was just too busy with teenage stuff, sports and girls and all that. But looking back, I wished I asked more about them. So fast forward to this day. I moved to this country, and I'm not going to disclose this for my anonymity, and I saw the kid sitting alone at my local coffee shop. Again, I'm a rational, logical guy, but when I saw them again, I got the chills all over my body. Same posture, still very good-looking and still young, but dressed maturely. I don't know if he or she remembered me, but I looked older now. Mysterious woman in the antique shop. When I was in my 20s, I used to live in this apartment on the edge of the city. I used to walk around to explore, because if you would go down the main road, there was a long stretch where there really wasn't much except woods, fields, and things like that. If you kept going, though, it would become another subdivision. I should say that many weird things happened to me and my friends in this area where I lived. I'm pretty sure it was built on a burial ground or something. Anyways, one day I was walking down the side of the road, away from the city, and I saw a sign at the end of a little gravel road that said Antique Shop. I don't remember really the name of the shop, but it's irrelevant. Anyways, I remember that I had been looking for a specific item, so I decided to walk to the shop to see if they had it. As I walked down the gravel driveway, there stood what looked like an old log cabin, but it was the antique shop. A little behind and to the left of the shop, about 50 feet away or so, stood a house. The house was inhabited by the woman who owned the shop, which I found out later. Anyways, I walk into the shop, and it looked very old and rustic inside. I was the only one there, except behind the counter sat an older woman with gray hair. She immediately started talking to me and was very friendly and welcoming. Felt like I'd known her forever. We chatted for a while, and I remember asking her if they had that item that I was looking for. She said no. We talked for a while. I felt like I had lost track of time, like we were in our own little world. After chatting with her for a few minutes, she told me that I could go up to the house and ask the shop owner if she knew if they had the item. I walked up to the house and knocked on the door. A different older woman answered, and I asked her about the item. I told her that an old woman in the shop had told me to come up to the house and ask. She immediately got really wide-eyed, and a look of fear came over her. She explained to me that no one else worked in the shop except her. I guess she was taking a break from running the shop and relaxing in the house. Still looked scared and in shock. She quickly tried to shoo me away and told me goodbye and closed the door quickly. I just walked away not knowing what else had happened. It still gives me the chills thinking about it. Ghost bride in a haunted church. Several years ago, I had an opportunity to help restore a 100-plus-year-old church that's been vacant for roughly 45 years or so. The church is attached to what was once a primary school that had already been restored into office spaces. This was a no-brainer since it was literally a couple of blocks away from my house. Under the table, and the responsibilities were incredibly easy. Since the church had been empty for years, we only worked during the day since the electrical system had yet to be installed. But during the days I would work, I'd always see movement in my peripheral vision, but nothing was there whenever I would look in that direction. This happened a lot to the point where I'd become accustomed to it. This all changed a few months later when the building became operational as we converted the church to an event hall designed for any event that you'd pay for. Well, after business hours one evening, I get a call from a tenant saying that something was making noise in the basement of the church. Since the power hadn't been installed into the basement at this point, I made sure to grab my brand new charged flashlight and keys to see what was happening. As soon as I got into the basement, I could hear what sounded like power tools running. I go in and start making my way through a pitch-black labyrinth of basement toward the noise. I find the cause of the noise, which was an air compressor. I know they bleed air at times, but I made sure I bled all the air before I left earlier that day and unplugged it. I looked to see if someone plugged it in after me, and it's still unplugged. At this moment, my brand new flashlight starts to flicker, and another unplugged power tool turns on behind me. When I turned around to shine my flashlight at it, the light goes out completely. I haul ass out of the basement through complete darkness towards the door. I get out and see the tenant is standing at the door with a puzzled look on her face. She asks what was wrong, because I'm out of breath and I'm freaked out. Tell her what happened. She smirks and says that apparently doesn't surprise her. She's lived in the neighborhood her entire life. Tells me that as a child she attended the school and church. She then tells me a story of a woman who held the last wedding in the church before it closed down. It was a sad story because the woman was stood up on her wedding day and ultimately committed suicide because of it. After that night in the basement, the paranormal activity happened more and more often. It got to the point where the coworker fell off a ladder. This ladder was always secured, and he'd been up and down it 100 times. When I asked what happened, he said it felt like he was pushed while leaning over to the paint. There were even times where the movement I had always seen sort of started to take shape. Instead of a blur, I started to see a person standing there, but nothing when I would look in that direction. What finally pushed me over the edge was the night that I guess you can say I met her. Since events were always held there, I'd always lock up afterwards. After an overnight booking, I ran into the guests as they were leaving. A gentleman asks me if there was any other people in the building that night. I said no, as we make sure that the office part of the building is vacant during overnight bookings. He proceeded to tell me that he heard yelling from the basement and footsteps on the balcony. I assured him that they were the only ones there and began locking up the building. As I'm locking the doors, I hear faintly what the gentleman was referencing. I could hear footsteps on the balcony, and I yell out, "Anyone still in here?" I did not get an answer, but at this point, I'm ready to go. What I hated most about locking up is the light switch was nowhere near the door, so you'd have to shut off all the lights and then walk about 30 feet to the door in darkness. I shut off the light and immediately sprinted towards the door. As I reached for the door, I heard footsteps behind me and a muffled voice say, "Leave." I didn't stop to see what it was. I made my way to the glass entry doors and to the other side as fast as I could. As I'm locking the door, I see movement inside of the church. I look up and I see a ghostly or shadow-like figure standing where the altar once was. I quickly looked down to ensure I'd locked the door, and by the time I looked back up, the shadowy figure is now making its way to the glass doors. I honestly don't remember if I locked the door or not because I immediately got the hell out of there. After that night, I made sure I never entered that building after dark again. I think a haunted doll spoke my name to me. Summer before last, my boyfriend and I took a road trip to Omaha with the main purpose of visiting the Museum of Shadows. We're both somewhere between believer and skeptic, and thought it would be a great experience for us. Leaning in, he even paid the $20 to rent a spirit box to use as we walked around the museum. If you haven't visited the Museum of Shadows, I'd recommend it, even if only because I found it very cathartic. It's mostly dolls with tragic stories attached to them. But walking around reading all the stories of suffering and sadness and families associated with many of these items, it was very heart-opening, for lack of a better way to word it. Some items I felt were very creepy. That's where people associated the haunting was coming from when people owned them. I believe sometimes people create their own hauntings by just being afraid of an object. Same with the dolls owned by children who had passed. The families are just so saddened and grieve so hard they begin to assign their child's spirit to those items. It's so sad, but really made me feel a great connection to the people I didn't even know, which I think is great for the spirit, however sad. So our spirit box was not giving us anything, literally not a single intelligible word. We weren't angry nor disappointed. It was sort of a neat if we heard something, but understandable if we don't sort of a thing, because we sort of assumed a majority of items in there couldn't be haunted. They've got this doll, Demas, and when I say my heart rate increased just typing her name, I'm not lying. And she lives in a chicken wire cage towards the back of the first floor of the museum. She's scary looking. Not a normal looking doll. I got uneasy when I just saw her. And this is in the building of frightening dolls. Maybe that's intentional, though maybe they put her in the cage to sort of raise your apprehension. There's a sign above her, and it says if you choose to speak to her, always say goodbye, which of course you should do with any spirit, but Demas is apparently particularly malicious. I'm a pretty bold soul, so as we're standing there together with the spirit box, I decided I wanted to talk with her. "Hello, Demas," I said, and the spirit box just kept clicking. I didn't know what to talk to her about, but I'm always worried about lost spirits, so I decided to ask. "Are you okay?" And without hesitation, the spirit box said, "Amanda." Extremely clear. My boyfriend and I both heard it. I said, "Did it just?" And he was like, "Yeah, absolutely, it said your name." I said above that, I'm brave, but I immediately filled with a sense of dread. Something about it saying my name and that we'd gotten absolutely nothing else out of that box the whole time was terrifying. And I do not scare easily. I didn't continue the conversation. I just said, "Goodbye, Demas," and ushered my boyfriend away from her because I was so uncomfortable with her following that. Just now I went through their Facebook feed to see if I still felt the same about her, and saw an event where they let people hold her. I've never felt so appalled seeing such innocent-seeming photographs. That doll is the only item I've ever encountered that I am sure, 100% sure, is haunted, and maybe even malicious. Step into the world of the inexplicable with Paranormal M. Our stories will push the boundaries of your imagination. Don't miss out. Subscribe and turn on notifications to stay informed about our latest intriguing tales. The most sinister entity I've ever encountered. As a clairvoyant, I've had my fair share of weird and wonderful encounters with spirits and entities. Most have been good, some bad, but I've only ever dealt with a few evil ones. This is a fairly long read detailing my encounters with the witch who tormented me for 5 years in the most horrendous ways. I do not know how she found me, or why she hated me, but I will tell you the first time I ever saw her. I was dreaming I'd entered into a small country pub. The ceilings were low, and it had that fusty smell of beer and thyme. Outside the windows was a quiet rural lane surrounded by hedgerows, and what looked like farmers' fields beyond that. It was a lovely warm day, but the scene was eerily quiet. There was 2 sections to the pub. One side which was devoid of anyone and what looked like a working bar, and the other side was closed off to the public and looked like it was being used to store old furniture. I found myself wandering around the furniture, admiring a beautiful antique writing bureau, when I suddenly felt disoriented. My legs started to give way as my head began to spin out of nowhere. My center of gravity was thrown out of whack, and I stumbled onto the floor, and a fear I could not explain started to overcome me. I knew something was wrong, and I had the feeling of being circled by a predator. One I could not see. In a state of panic, I shuffled back on the floor until my back made contact with something solid, an old dusty chest of drawers. And I tried to calm my breathing, not making any sense of why I felt like I was in so much danger. Then I heard a noise above me, a disturbing, croaky death rattle-like sound. I was terrified, but I found myself slowly raising my head to see what was there. I couldn't help it. I shouldn't have looked, but that macabre sound drew my attention like a moth to flame. Slowly, leering over the top of the drawers directly above me, my face came into view of another face looming down over me. It was a woman, strikingly beautiful if not cold-looking. Pale blonde curls pinned on top of her head, icy blue eyes, young, no more than 30, but her mouth was what was the most terrifying. It was stretched open into a gaping black hole with torn, cracked flesh stretching even further, making her face into a disfigured, warped, horrifying mess. The rattling was coming from within that cavernous abyss. I've never felt a fear like it, the sort which strips your brain of any normal function and sends your gut plummeting. I could barely scream, I was that scared. It was more like a high-pitched, hysterical whimper which barely left my mouth as her face came closer. Then I woke up, sweating, and still trying to scream. As disturbing as the dream was, I thought it was just that, a nightmare, although I've never been able to get her face out of my head all these years later. Roughly 6 weeks later, I had another nightmare in which I was involved in a vicious assault on the street outside my home. In this dream, the police came, and as I was being pinned to the ground and arrested with the assailants, I noticed a figure walking around the periphery of the circle of police and people. As my face was being pushed into the ground, it was hard to see who it was, but they were getting closer and closer to the tangle of bodies on the floor. As the police pulled me up, I saw it was a crooked old woman, bedraggled and dirty hair hanging in her face, full of debris and dirt. She was in an old-fashioned white nightdress. My stomach lurched, and although she looked different, I knew it was the same woman I'd encountered in my nightmare weeks before. As if she sensed my realization, she rapidly lurched forward between the police holding me in place and sank her teeth into my arm and disappeared, leaving my arm in an immediate septic mess crawling with maggots and decaying. The pain is what woke me up. I bolted upright, expecting to see teeth marks on my forearm as it throbbed, and although there were none in the area, it was red as if it had been pinched. I suspected then that these were not ordinary dreams, and that she was a separate entity, not some reoccurring imaginary figure. I didn't know yet that she was a witch, but the more she encroached into my dreams and life, the more I psychically saw snippets of hers. She had a knack for showing herself. And she would do this in 2 different ways. One, the young, beautiful woman, although never again with that hideous, deformed mouth. And others, a stereotypical hag. Every few weeks I would encounter her in my dreams, which was where I figured out that she was a dream walker, as I called this gift, not sure if it's the correct term, a spirit or entity that can manipulate someone's dreams. In another dream, she was just standing by my bed, and she was wrapped around my throat, slowly squeezing until I couldn't breathe, until I woke up violently gasping for breath. I had that same experience several times. Another time on my day off work, I woke up and I was feeling lazy. I decided to lounge in bed a little longer, and I was in and out of sleep until I became acutely aware of someone very close to me staring at the back of my head. I knew it was her, and everything inside me screamed, "Do not turn around and look at her." So I stayed still, face pushed into my pillow. And then something peculiar happened. As if I was stood in the corner of my bedroom, I could see everything. Me lying in bed covered up and face down, and hovering about 2 feet above my body parallel to me, there was an opaque brown swirling humanoid mass. Other times I would dream she was hovering above me, and in a half-sleep, half-awake state, too terrified to move, she would reach inside my chest and I could feel an odd pressure around my heart, squeezing, causing it to beat out of rhythm. All I could do was lie there and pray that I didn't have a heart attack as the thumping of my heart inside my chest would speed up rapidly and then slow down. There were seconds between each beat. I tried putting a protection boundary around my home, but it never seemed to keep her out. In the end, my spirit guides shut me down entirely to protect me from her. I guess being psychically open was what kept the link going between us. The complete radio silence I had for 3 years was eerie, to say the least, and not something I was used to as having random spirits popping in and out. They've been popping in and out of my life for years, since I was 11 years old. It did the job. I didn't see her again for 3 years. When I became pregnant with my daughter, I unintentionally started to open up again. I only had 2 more experiences with her after this, although I was disheartened to know that she was still linked to me. The night she showed herself again, she entered my dream as usual. I was laying in bed, and in this dream, I woke, and my quilt was hovering a few feet in the air above me. Through the gap in the dark between myself and the floating quilt, I could see someone shuffling around the edge of my bed back and forth. The familiar feeling of fear that came with it held me in place, scared shitless of what was going to happen next. To my absolute horror, the figure climbed underneath the hovering quilt at the foot of my bed, slowly worked its way up over my body until she was on top of me and her face was in front of mine. Her hair trailed across my skin, and she smelt of damp earth. Then she spoke. "You thought I was gone," she hissed at me, and all I could do was try and scream myself awake. Suddenly, the quilt dropped back onto the bed and I bolted upright, finally awake. My quilt, which is usually cocooning myself, was stuffed down on the floor between my bed frame and the wall with the window that looked out onto the street. I refused to sleep at my home that next night, telling my friend I couldn't believe she was back after all this time had passed. My last encounter I've ever had with her was odd, to say the least, as it seems as if she couldn't get as close to me as usual. Again in my dream I awoke, and she had me by the throat, both of us dangling in the air over my bed. Here she was her younger self with porcelain skin, fair hair, and all just staring into my soul as I struggled to breathe. I can't explain the look that she had on her face. It wasn't anger, disgust. I don't know, just a cold indifference to me with maybe a hint of defeat. It felt different, and although I woke up struggling to breathe and with a sore neck, I don't think she had actually been inside the room with me. The last I ever saw her, and hopefully ever will, I questioned myself early whether it was a form of sleep paralysis, but I don't know if that wasn't it. I've never suffered with it before or since, and that explanation just didn't seem to fit. I suspect she was trying to stop my heart, or physically scare me to death, but why? As I said, I saw glimpses of her life. I know she was a healer woman in a small community, but over time she seemed to get treated with more suspicion and hatred and shunned out of the area until she was living on the very periphery of society. Maybe once respected, then feared. I have no doubt she was immensely gifted in life, but unfortunately, she's passed over with them the same gifts, fully understanding how to manipulate energy. Hands down, one of the few spirits which straight up terrified me. The Bone Pit. It was in the country, a small village, and the house was on a council estate. We had a row of garages behind our garden, where people on the estate could park their cars, with a few little secretive cubby holes and dens that were hidden by trees and thickets. A kid's dream. The very end garage owned by a local creepy bloke, and it had been vandalized. Somebody had spray-painted Red Rum Believe It onto his garage door. I never knew what red rum meant back then. One warm day, about a year after moving in, we were all 11 and my sister 6, a small group of us consisting of me, my sister, my best friend Gemma, next-door neighbor Kiri, and her cousin Michael were hanging out in one of our dens, shaded by trees, just mucking around as kids do beside the vandalized garage. Michael, being a bit of a class clown, was just stood up doing an impression of one of our more larger teachers at school. My attention was drawn to the ground, where he was standing. The solid, smooth dirt appeared to be moving like fluid. It looked like it was rippling like water. It was the strangest thing. I think it was only me that saw this, none of the others. At least none of the others confirmed what I was witnessing anyway. What came out of my mouth next was even stranger. "We need to dig there," I told them. I couldn't explain what was compelling me to say this. "Something's under there." I continued. They all just looked at me and just started asking why. I couldn't give them an answer. Besides, "We just need to. Something is buried there." I think boredom and just looking for adventure convinced my friends and my sister. They just went along with me, so we found sticks. I had my sister go and pinch 2 spoons from our house, which was only yards away. We began digging in silence, this little circle of mud. They must have thought I was mad, but I couldn't explain it. I just knew that there was something under there. Kiri stops because she's dislodged something hard a few inches long. We scrape the dirt off with one of the spoons. We can see it's a bone. One end is all sharp and jagged like it's been snapped. We look at each other a bit spooked, but decide to keep digging to look for more. It's probably an animal bone, Michael tells us, but this weird feeling had come over our little group. Finding more bones the deeper that we go and collect this little morbid pile and start digging a wider circle. But our friends start to dry up. I think there was about 15 bones, roughly. Some were a fair size, others small and broken. We gathered them up, and I remember putting them in a sandwich bag and taking them to school the following Monday. I plonked them on the teacher's desk and informed her that we had found all these bones near my house. I will always remember her face. Like, are these kids for real? Get these gross bones off my desk. She told us that they were probably just animal bones and to put them under her desk. I'm sure they probably went in a bin after we left that day. That's probably all they were. But I think it's curious that if I hadn't seen the ground moving like that we never would have found them. And the fact it was next to the creep's garage didn't help. I only learned a couple of years later that red rum was murder backwards. A bit slow to catch on. I know, but it does make me wonder if someone knew something about him. We never heard any more about it. Little did I know it was the start of something far more terrifying and long-lasting. Possible time loop. Any explanations? Roughly 4 years ago, my sister came to my flat one night to spend a bit of time with me, as we had both been working like crazy and hadn't had the time to catch up. It was just the 2 of us, and she suggested having a game of cards. Something we've always done since kids. It's a favorite pastime in our house. Once I'd gotten the cards out and started shuffling them, she asked me to look at the time on my phone, as she had work the next morning at 7 a.m. and needed to be home for a reasonable time. She had lost her phone on a night out a few days previously, A terrible habit that she has. I told her it was 6:10 in the evening. She replied, "Okay, well, I'll have to be getting off around, 8:15 to 9 to get my uniform washed and dried. So keep an eye on the time for me." I agreed, and we started playing a bit of rummy to start with. Now, we weren't drinking alcohol or taking drugs. We were just having a relaxed game of cards, chatting about guys and work. The usual stuff, I suppose. Everything was normal. We played cards for what felt like 2 hours, easy. I mean, you can't mistake that length of time when you've had about 16 to 18 hands of rummy, and we were in the early stages of playing a game of poker, having gotten bored of the other game. I remember having the weirdest feeling come over me, like the light in the room dimmed, and I distinctly felt an electrical crackly feeling start in the bottom of my spine and creep all the way up to my skull. I looked at her, and she was looking at me all wide-eyed and silent like she knew something was up. I blurted out, "Something's wrong, really wrong." Without blinking or reacting to any which way, she just says to me, "Look at the time," which I thought was strange. I picked up my phone, looked at the time. A mixture of shock and dread creeps over me. "That can't be right. It's not possible," I mumbled out loud to myself, if anything. My phone must have glitched out or something. Getting up to turn on the telly to see what the time's on there. She's looking at me like, what in the hell is going on? "What is it? What's the time?" she asks me again. I just repeat that it can't be right. And as I switch the telly on, the time flashes up in the corner of the screen. It says 18:29. She sees it, and now just as freaked as I am. "Amy, that can't be right. Did your phone say the same time?" I tell her it did. I pull out a laptop to check the time and even get a watch out of my drawer to see if they're all matched, and sure enough, they did. We just sat there in a bit of a fog, like, what on earth just happened? We tried to discuss it, but we couldn't make any sense of it. To be honest, it felt uncomfortable. Even to this day, to talk about it doesn't feel right. She breaks the silence with a joke, something like, "Oh, well, at least I have another couple of hours to chill with you." We just tried to forget about it. I just wondered if anyone had any ideas as to what it was. Something's living in our family home. A little background. This house was built in 1995 by my dad and mom. It's a big house with 2 floors and a basement. We're the only family that's ever lived there. My grandmother died in the bathroom upstairs in 2010. No one else has died in that house besides her. My sister and brother, who I'm going to be mentioning in this story, had moved out of the house before things ever started happening. I moved out about a year ago. Sorry for the grammar, English is not my mother tongue. It started a few years after Granny had died. We started hearing steps going up and down the stairs at night. We were spooked a little, but forgot about it soon because we just thought it was Granny's ghost, since she's the only one who died there, and we had heard those steps very rarely. Maybe a year passes, and I'm looking through pictures of my relatives, and me having sent to each other on Messenger. I found a screenshot that she had taken when we were on a video call at night, and I saw some weird gray mass behind me. I zoomed in and was completely taken back. There was a gray torso and face behind me in the darkness. I put some filters on it so I could see it better. Cropped it because I had an ugly face on the picture and showed it to my family and friends as soon as possible. Everyone except my dad was completely shocked. My dad didn't believe in paranormal at the time and kept denying when stuff happened. My sister said that the gray apparition looks like Granny, and I agreed. I think I may make a separate post for that picture and put a link here too, not sure yet. Anyway, a few years forward, my mom and dad are downstairs cooking something in the kitchen, and I'm on the second floor in my bedroom sitting on my bed. I hear exactly 3 knocks on my door. It's normal that people knock on my door first before entering, but this time, no one opens the door to enter. I just stare at the door for a while and eventually ask, "Who's there?" I get no answer. I call Mom on the phone because I'm spooked. She said that nobody had gone upstairs. I went on to Google about 3 knocks on a door, and I did not like the answers I found. I panicked a bit and just waited until I felt like enough time had passed that it was safe enough to open the door. I went downstairs and told my mom and dad what happened. Dad didn't believe me like usual, but Mom was a bit spooked. By now, I've also seen shadows walk past my bedroom door. Creepy, but nothing special in my opinion. Again, a few years have passed, and I and my mom have moved out. It's a long story what happened and why we moved, but in short, domestic violence. Only my father lives in that house now. The house is empty and freezing most of the time because we live in Europe, and Father travels a lot due to work. It's been also put on sale. Since I moved out, the activity in the house has increased. My father has told my sister that he's been hearing someone walking around, faucets turning on and off, doors opening, etc. He didn't believe in the paranormal before, but now he's experienced the spookiest of it himself. Yesterday, my sister, Mom, and me had met up at the house while Father was at work to just catch up. At one point, my sister informed me that her and Mom were planning on staying the night there, and asked me if I was staying too. I declined because I hate that house, and it makes me have panic attacks. Well, fast forward to today. Sister called me and told me that she was absolutely never going to stay in that house again because of what happened that night, and I was lucky for choosing to go back home. Apparently, she had stayed up a bit late, and at one point she heard someone walking downstairs fast and going into the garage. She thought it was Mom up late, so she wanted to go check what she was doing. To get downstairs, she had to go past Mom's room, and when she did that, she saw that Mom was sleeping. She was spooked. The steps were fast, so how can it be Granny? She went back to bed and couldn't sleep anymore, so she stayed up. After a while, she heard steps again, but this time in the room next to her. It may not seem scary to you because it's just some steps, but after years of thinking that it was our Granny and then hearing steps that fast, I would have absolutely obliterated my pants and woke up Mom to invisible sword fight the ghost away. My dog came back for a visit. Cutting to the chase. In October, we lost our dog of 13 years. Her name was Bella. And no, I didn't name her after Twilight, though it was in vogue at the time. As a 2-month-old puppy, she witnessed the murder of her then owner. She was one of 6 pups. Ironically, her brother was adopted by my parents' neighbor. They'd ardently play through the chain-link fence whenever we visited home. I raised her in my first year alone at college. She and I were practically attached at the hip. She accompanied me throughout the 6 years it took to get my frickin' degree, marrying my best friend and moving across the country. I'm trying to express the depths of my love for her, and the words just fall short. 5 years ago, I took up the notion that we needed to adopt a sister for her. I think this was a mildly telepathic moment, but she was 8, and I figured it would be a good kind of close out her last years with a companion. Then she started losing her fur and gaining weight. 6 months after adopting our next dog, Her name was Arya. Bella went blind. She had cataracts and undergone diabetes. We were told that the $6,000 surgery might not even work, and we're too poor for it anyway. She was insanely intelligent, and after a bout of depression, coped swimmingly. One day her breath became labored, and I knew that her time was almost up. In the 2 days leading up to her death, we were literally attached to the hip once again. I've got a lot of experience with death and knew she was terrified. I held her in my arms as she took her last breath. After she died, I immediately started looking for a puppy. I wasn't trying to replace Bella. I knew that I never could. I'd raised Bella on my own, and Arya was 2 when we adopted her. I thought it would be good to raise a puppy together. It certainly tested my husband's patience. We adopted Lydia 2.5 weeks after Bella died. She's, well, a puppy and a shepherd mix to boot. The only way to calm her down is to wear her out. Today, while I was at work, my husband took her on a walk, which sufficiently tired her. I'd just done yoga and I was meditating. This is now a rarity since Lydia is always crawling on the mat, vying for attention. But today, she sort of sidled up next to me whilst I meditated. I laid down, and with her on the yoga mat, she was the little spoon and I the big one. Bella and I always fell asleep like this together. I was telling Lydia that I loved her and that it was nice to cuddle her, like I'd done with Belly, my nickname for her. Then I talked about how much I missed Belly. As I talked to her and cuddled her, I felt the unmistakable feeling of a dog's nose nudging me on the thigh. I felt there, thinking it was Arya, but she was on the couch. It's nice to know that, even though I can't hold her, my baby's still there. My friend moved in the night and nobody knows how. I grew up in a house that was well over 100 years old when we moved in. For years, I never experienced anything remotely paranormal. But when I was 13, I moved into the basement. On the first night, I didn't sleep. This isn't uncommon because I'm an insomniac. But this was different. My room was pitch black at night because the only window was tiny. I rolled over in the night and heard my inflatable chair. Yes, it was the early 2000s. And I heard it move as if someone was getting out of it. I felt that someone was standing behind me, watching me, and the feeling didn't abate until I started to see the sunrise. I lived in that basement for 7 more years and had a myriad of experiences. I heard a man and woman arguing in the laundry room when no one else was in the home. I'd set 3 alarms. Again, I'm an insomniac. And all 3 would be turned off in the morning. I'd hear whispers in my ear when I was lying on the couch trying to nap. I saw a shadow figure going up and down the back stairs which led to the basement. But the creepiest experience happened when I was 14. If you hadn't gleaned it yet, I have trouble sleeping, and this is mostly because I'm a light sleeper. Literally anything will wake me up. One night, my friends and I were having a sleepover in our basement living room. My 2 friends and my sister slept together on our fold-out couch. I slept on the recliner, which was in front of my bedroom door. When we woke up in the morning, we found that my friend Kirsten, who'd been sleeping in the middle of the other 2, was gone. My parents were still asleep, and we didn't want to wake them, so we searched the house ourselves. All of her stuff was still there. When we didn't find her, I decided to go into my room and call her parents. I moved the recliner, which was still in front of the bedroom door, propped up against it with no wiggle room. There was no other way into my room. I opened the door and there was Kirsten, asleep in my bed. She had no memory of getting up in the night, and she wasn't a sleepwalker. People have tried to tell me that she must have gotten past me, but that's impossible. I would have woken up if she'd even walked past me, let alone she moving the recliner that I was in to open the door. My sister and I still get chills when we talk about it. Odd, ongoing experience in parents' backyard. My parents built their house in 1974 in a very small, very old subdivision in upstate New York. Next door is a 3-level, 3-family home that was built long before theirs, sometime in the late 1800s. This past fall, my son and I were raking leaves on an unusually warm Saturday afternoon. I enjoyed telling my son about all the trees that are still up and how my friends and I used to use them as bases while playing wiffle ball or kickball back there. My parents don't have acreage, but they do have a pretty sizable backyard. While clearing an area by a tree found close to the back corner of the yard, I came across what appeared to be a small broom. It was severely rusted and seemed to literally be coming out of the tree as the tree seems to be shedding some of its bark. It was very strange. I couldn't believe that it was there for a long time. Someone would have seen it somehow. Anyway, I picked it up and started to feel the bristles. They literally fell out as strings of dirt and just became part of the ground at that point. We took the remnants of it inside to show my mom. She and my dad, who passed away nearly 10 years ago, used to live in that house next door when my grandparents owned it. During that time, she said that the Wheelers, a family living in the first floor of the house at the same time, used to work on cars in that exact same spot before they built the house and put a fence up and so forth. We chatted for a while, threw the old broom away, and finished raking the yard. Ever since that day, my 2 to 3-year-old golden doodle, literally sprints beelines like there's a squirrel there, back to the same exact spot as soon as we get to my mom's house. Barks when she gets behind the tree, stops abruptly, wags her tail uncontrollably, and then nonchalantly strolls through the yard to find a stick, do her business or whatever it is she feels like doing. Never happened prior to that day, and now we just laugh because it's her thing to do when we get there. My very own guardian angel, or so I thought. When I was 11 or 12, my family moved to a house in some woods pretty close to town. It was a lodge, a wooden house. My 2 brothers, sisters, and dad. My mom was in another similar house next to ours, as there wasn't enough space. In the first few days, it seemed good, safe, and even freer than usual. My dad worked on evenings, so we'd be alone in our room doing homework, chatting, and normal stuff. One evening, my dad was going to stay till morning, so me and my brother got his room. We were in the bed, trying to sleep. It was about 2 a.m. when I heard footsteps next to the bedroom. I thought it was my sister, so I yelled, "Go to sleep, Sarah." No response. The footsteps got closer to the door and it slowly opened. There was no one there. Then I heard footsteps next to the bed. I wasn't scared. I felt safe. I felt like whatever that was just checking up on me to see if I was okay. Footsteps stopped and the door closed. I fell asleep with a smile. I felt safer than ever. My dad came in the morning and I was already awake watching TV on the couch. My dad asked me, "Did Mom check up on you during the night as I told her?" And I found it being a strange opportunity. I answered, No, someone else did. My dad was confused, so he asked me who it was, and I said I didn't know. We had a short laugh. The next night, everything over again. Dad stayed at work until morning. This time, I purposely stayed up to repeat like last night. I heard a loud bang on the other side of the wall to my left. I screamed, and that woke up my brother. Josh, what the hell just banged so fucking loud? I don't know, just check. I was excited. Josh, are you sane? It's 2 a.m. I know, but I really want to know what it was. Okay, let's go. I'm going to be first in case someone broke in. He grabbed a random broom from next to the door and we went there. There was nothing, and everything was in place. I heard footsteps coming towards Dad's room's door. Wait! I yelled, knowing my brother heard it too. Josh, who are you talking to? I don't know, but I hear footsteps coming to our room like last night. Whatever it was next to me, checking up on me. Are you sane, really? No. I believe you, but there's certainly a ghost in here, something. We rushed to the room and went to bed. I suddenly felt unsafe, really endangered. I felt like a sniper scope watched me. It felt so wrong. I felt safe the last time, right? The feeling of fright went through my body, and suddenly a smell of blood, like something had just died. I fell asleep as if someone just strangled me. I wake up in the morning and go to make a sandwich as I was starving. I saw something run to the kitchen before me, and I hear a thump as if someone fell. Sarah, Mike, Ian, Dad, who's there? You okay? Then I stopped. No one there. I heard the breathing of about 5 people around me. I turned, saying names of my family. My dad walks in. You called, Bud? You need something? No, Dad. Is Mom here? No, she's over at her house. Okay, Then I told him what was happening. He said he believed me, so we sold the houses and moved. Since then, I felt safe. I prayed every morning for 3 years. I was terrified. Now I'm 21 years old. Still talk with Sarah and Ian. Not Mike, he died in a house fire. I want to ask about something weird that happened to me when I was 10. I used to live in Libya, in Tripoli, to be exact. Libya is a really rural country, but I lived in the city, which is like the suburbs in America. My mom's aunt lived in the street next to us. I always went there with my sisters to play with my mom's cousin's children. There were 3 girls, 12, 11, and 2 years old at that time. I was 10, and my sisters were younger than me. I remember we were playing hide and seek. When we were about to start, the oldest of the girls just stopped talking. She looked at us and said, "Hide," but not as in the game, but in real life. She said we have to all hide together. It was just me and my sister, and her younger sister. We hid behind a car and said that we have to peek at the rest of the street. We all looked. Then out of nowhere, the whole area we were in was empty with no people or cars. To be honest, it always didn't kind of have a lot of people, but at that time of day, which was the evening, it should have a bit of people and cars, but there wasn't any. We waited for a minute, and she said that we have to make no sound. And then a yellow Camaro came and started doing donuts. I know this might sound kind of weird. To make it even weirder, in Libya, we don't have expensive cars, and a Camaro was really rare to see. After that, I remember me and my sister running home scared. I told her parents, but they didn't think it was weird or anything. What made me scared was how the girls I was playing with, especially the oldest, was acting. She was looking at the car and was waiting for it like she knew it was going to happen. Now, the thing that made me post this and made me remember this whole thing is she was the oldest, and she died yesterday because of a car accident. A yellow Camaro hit her and killed her, and the car ran away. My sister and me remembered this story, and we were really spooked. I'm 16 years old right now. If this has any importance, magic was and still is somewhat popular in Libya, especially in family fights with other families and love spells. That is indeed spooky. Ghost child and family when I was a kid. So to start this story off, my mother was Catholic, and my dad, who knows at the time of this story, he never really talked about it. So when this occurred, we lived in Spring, Texas. I was 3 years old. Weirdly enough, I remember life back when I was around 2. So we moved here when I was 1 from Iowa. My dad got a new job and we had some family down the street. So let me start with the details on the house layout, so you can imagine it somewhat better. It was a blue, square-looking house which was quite poor-looking. Old paint, old wood. You walk into the front door and you're in the living room. To the right was a straight shot to the back door past my room and my mom and dad's room. My room had a door that connected the 2 rooms also. And by the back door was the washer and an open attic where you can look up into the attic back there. Okay, now that I explained the layout, when I was 3, I remember I was going outside sometime in the morning, and I looked up on the way out the back door. I'd seen a kid, about 5 I would say. He just had his legs hanging off the ledge in the attic by the back door. We made eye contact, and I remember not being scared, but I was like, who is that? Weird, and just ran out the back door. Moving on to the next. My room freaked me out. When my mom read books to me, I would fall asleep, and she would just head to her room through the connecting door. The night I had the worst feeling, my blanket was pulled down. I remember waking up in the pitch black, looking down, and then right when I looked down, it ripped my whole blanket off of me. Still to this day, I can feel the fear I felt as a child. I screamed so loud as my heart racing, jumped straight out of bed and went to the connecting door to my mom's room, freaking the hell out. But I brought this up to her and she said that she didn't know I had that happen, saying I was just crying and panicking until I passed out asleep. So, when starting this conversation, she told me that she didn't believe in spirits until that house. She told me about nights if my dad was working. He did overnight work. And she would hear someone walking through the wooden kitchen clear as day, telling me that she understood that it's old. The houses creak, right? But the part that made this weirder, the back door would get opened. Easy explanation since the house was old, but the door had 2 deadbolts and 1 chain lock, with the door handle lock as well. And while alone, my mom was just worried about people breaking in. She would lock all of them. And every night, all unlocked and open, and she wouldn't leave the room until it was quiet. She ended up telling my dad, but he didn't believe her until a night that he was off of work and it happened again. He said to my mom, "Do you hear that? Someone's in the house walking through the kitchen." And she just said, "That's what I told you had been happening." He grabbed a bat and ran, opening their door, so that way you can see the kitchen and the back door. No one there. The door was still locked. I was told he looked through the whole house checking locks and windows. No one was there. When they went to sleep and woke up, the back door was wide open, all locks off, nothing stolen, nothing in different places. This is where my parents started getting worried. After this experience, she said that the door still was opening. She was watching TV in the middle of the day, Jerry Springer. She heard the walking and she looked into the kitchen and said that she knew it was walking her way. When the noise stopped, she sighed, but she freaked out when an indentation of someone sitting down in the cushion right next to her appeared. When she jumped up, the spot stayed until she ran by it, and when she looked back, the cushion was slowly raising back up. She said she called a priest to bless the house that day, and said I stopped screaming, but still said I did. I did not want to sleep in that room, and that the door and the walking stopped after that. A doppelganger? I've told this to family and friends, and I'm always given a skeptical look, or it brings chills to their spine. It sounds far-fetched, but honestly, it was as real as it can get for me, and that's all that matters. I was around 10 or 11 at the time, and I was in my old home in Millmont, Pennsylvania. It was after school, and I spent a few hours just gaming on the first-floor living room. It was only me and my older brother home at the time, since my parents worked the second shift until about 11 p.m. It was around 7 or 8 p.m. when I began to crave one of my favorite snacks. I walked in the kitchen, opened some blueberry Pop-Tarts, and sat down at the kitchen table. I was facing away from the living room at the end table. Now, I need to explain the layout so you better understand this. Before entering the kitchen, there's a small archway with no door. It leads straight from the kitchen to the living room, extending to around 2 feet of open space on either side after the archway. From the living room continuing straight, there's a staircase to the left, facing away from kitchen view. I was mid-bite of my Pop-Tart when all of a sudden I began feeling what I can only describe as dread, mixed with the feeling of being watched. I kinda shook it off because of it being so random. It made no sense as to why I felt that way, so I just kept eating. I was a few more small bites in when the feeling intensified, and I only had a gut instinct to turn around. I decided to do so when I should have not. I'm going to try my best to describe the finite details of what I saw. When I turned around, I was immediately focused on 3/4 of a face peeking out completely sideways on the right side of the archway. Now this face was completely solid and not transparent at the least. It was the face of my older brother, Jonathan. His eyes were opened wide, unblinking, and staring directly into my own. His face had an absolute sinister smile, an ear-to-ear smile that was almost too far stretched out to be normal. My brother's skin was normally pale, but this face was an extreme pale. Extremely pale for sure, a few shades lighter, almost like a slightly cream porcelain. The face's eyes were the same color as John's, being bright blue, but it seemed almost glossy. It made no noise and never attempted to speak, it just stared at me, unmoving. Now, I have a condition where I get heart palpitations from a murmur I've had since birth. If I'm surprised or get excited too quickly, I get several quick palpitations. I've had it for as long as I can remember. When I suddenly saw that face, I had to clutch my chest as an immense immediate fear and surprise was causing my heart to palpitate several times. I also got a huge lump in my throat. I couldn't scream, I couldn't yell. I just stared widely back in paralyzed horror. What was around 5 seconds felt more like an eternity. The face then pulled back behind the archway at an angle that you wouldn't think possible. For a few seconds, I was terrified, But then I just began trying to rationally think of what I saw and attempt to pull myself back to earth. In my own mind, I knew it was my brother. It's just his features were a bit oblong, and that smile was more sinister than anything I've ever seen before. I was already used to him pranking me on a weekly basis, so I convinced myself that it was another one of his stupid pranks. I thought to myself that I can also sneak to the archway myself and scare him back, since he didn't walk back to the living room. I knew he was just hiding on the right side of the archway. So I slowly and silently got up from the chair and sneaked my way to the right side of the archway from the kitchen. I reached the edge of it, waited a few seconds, and then jumped out and yelled, "Boo!" However, to my confusion, there was nothing there. There was no way that my brother could have moved away from that position without me seeing, as that part of the hall only came out about 2 feet. I still had visible access to the rest of the living room from the kitchen. I was in shock and confusion when all of a sudden I hear quick walking coming from the staircase on the left side of the living room. I slowly turned towards the staircase and looked up at the sight of my older brother looking back at me with a confused expression. "Dude, who the hell are you yelling at?" my brother said as he peeked over the stair rail at me. He was 13 at the time. I was just in utter shock. I tried to make out words, but I just couldn't. My lip was only quivering. I instead just turned back around, went back into the kitchen, sat down at the kitchen table again, just staring into my Pop-Tarts for about a minute or two. My brother came down the stairs and into the kitchen and saw the blank look on my face and pressed on his questions. I told him everything that I saw, and he somehow believed me. Maybe due to the fear and panic I had when he first saw my face. I was researching online what could have been possible there. I've only been pointed to what is known as a doppelganger. But I saw that they're an exact copy of a living person. And that thing was very close to being exact, but it wasn't 100%. I would say 90% at best. With that stretched smile and the skin tone. Also, my research showed that they're not sinister or evil, but can be a sign of bad luck. But I swear the only feeling I got off of it was dread and a sense of sinister evil. I never saw it again after that day. I wouldn't have told anyone if my wife had not seen it as well. It was July 19th, 2016. I remember the date because we had our annual Christmas in July at my in-laws. And it was a crazy full moon. We had left to head home. We took the back way. We live in a somewhat rural area, so the back way is very dark. No traffic at that time of night, and the speed limit is 60 kilometers an hour. As we're driving along, it's about 5 minutes from home. Out of the corner of my eye towards the forest on the passenger side, I catch a glimpse of something moving fast. The moment my foot hits the brakes, my wife's hand grabs my leg. Getting goosebumps as I type this, as it was a crazy experience. We come to a screeching halt in the road, and whatever it was stopped dead in front of us. It cocked its head to look at us. We both at the time said, "Do you see that?" It was huge. Best guess 7 feet tall. It had yellow eyes that glowed from the headlights. And it was muscular and skinny at the same time. The most memorable feature, though, were its legs. It 100% looked like a dog walking upright, with the cocked angle in its legs. No sooner did it stop and glare at us did it continue to bolt across the road and vanish into the forest on my driver's side. The only way that we've ever been able to describe it was werewolf-like. And like I said, my wife and I both agreed. If we had not both witnessed it, I'd have called myself crazy and never mentioned it. But we both saw it. No question about it. Ghost? Werewolf? No idea, but whatever it was huge, mean-looking, and fast. Ghost trying to make contact with me. Long story. I had some crazy experiences when my family and I moved into our new house. I was 8 years old. The first time I noticed something wrong was the day when I was playing with my new RC car. I played with it in the living room for a few minutes, then took a break to use the computer. I left the controller with the toy car behind me. I then started hearing an odd sound that was happening in bursts. It sounded like a small power tool coming from beneath the house. I sat there confused, looking around, but it stopped. A few minutes later, I heard it again. I turned around and noticed that the long antenna on the RC car was wiggling back and forth. The sound was the car moving by itself. Then there was a time not too long after that, I had another odd experience, and the thought of this one still makes me uncomfortable. One day I was in the family room watching TV. There was a computer swivel chair to my slight left in the room. Suddenly, the chair slowly turned and faced me. It wasn't like the chair had slightly turned. It made a good, decent-sized turn. What's even more odd is that room is known for having an uneven surface, whereas the floor is at a slight slant. The chair swiveled up against the slant towards me. A few months go by, and there was a day when I had family come over and visit. It was at night, and my family was in the family room across the house. I was watching TV with my brother in his room, with the TV to my left and the doorway to the hall in front of me from where I sat. He told me he was going to be hanging out with the family, and I told him I would join as soon as the episode finished. He leaves and I enjoy my time. But a few minutes go by, and I start noticing something. The doorway is in front of me, and it's dark with no light. And when I look at the TV, I can see the doorway from the corner of my eye. As I'm watching TV, I seem to notice a human-like figure standing in the dark doorway. I immediately turned my head and saw nothing there. I figure it's just my eyes playing tricks on me. I go back to looking at the TV, and suddenly I see this figure again. But this time I wait slightly longer before turning to directly look at it. I noticed it was shaped like a woman who was wearing a dress, but no details other than a white shape. I look and it disappears. And at this point, I'm kind of freaking out, but I'm trying to convince myself it's not real. I turn to face the TV once more, and the figure reappears, but this time it's moving. Her hands and arms making a shape, making some gesture. After that, I bolted out of the room and ran to my family. After that experience, I still wasn't 100% sure if what I saw was real, and a few weeks went by. One night, I was hanging out with my sister in her room. Out the doorway of her room, you can see the doorway into my room on the immediate right. We were talking and joking around until something caught my eye. There was a shadow of what seemed to look like the bottom of a dress on the floor in my room, with the rest of the figure being hidden by the edge of the doorway. It looked like the bottom of a window curtain slightly swaying in the wind. Then it moved up, out of my eye's view around the corner of the doorway. I immediately went into my room to check if it was empty. I had no curtains, nor anything fabric that could cause that shadow. I went back to my sister's room and told her what I saw. She didn't really take it seriously and brushed over the topic. Soon after, she looked at me concerned and told me, "Man, you really did see something, huh?" She said that my face was extremely pale. Finally, about a year goes by. One morning I awoke. I opened my bedroom door and my sister came up to me with a deep concern on her face. I ask her what's wrong. She begins to tell me the story of what happened overnight while I was sleeping. She tells me that in the middle of the night, she heard what sounded like our mom outside the hallway, softly calling out my name. James. My sister found this unusual and called my mom via cell phone to ask if it was her. My mom awoke with a groggy voice saying it wasn't her and that she's asleep in her room. My sister got freaked out and went to my mom's room where she slept the rest of the night. Later on in the same night, my grandmother and grandfather, who live in the back house, went to my mom's room and woke up my mom and sister. They said that they heard a woman crying and screaming in the backyard. After hearing that story, it was like it confirmed everything that I had experienced. Mind you that I kept most of these experiences to myself, didn't share them much. That was the end of it for a while. Never heard or saw anything for years. But there was one last experience. It was 2011, and I was all grown up now, still living in my mom's house. One morning I woke up and went to the living room and began opening the blinds on the window to let the light in. As I'm opening the blinds, I hear my mom calling out for me from across the house. I told her to give me a second as I finish opening up the blinds. I walk to the family room where I heard her, and she's not there. I assume she went back into her room, and I check. Not there either. I then checked my grandparents' house. She's not there, and not in the grandparents' house. I went back to the living room and looked out the window, and I realized that all my family's cars are gone. I was home alone. I called my mom to further confirm that she wasn't home, in fact, and she indeed was not. The voice I had heard calling my name was as clear as day. Didn't even question it in the slightest. That was the last time I came in contact with what seemed to be a woman who had interest in me. I'm not a religious man. Rather, I am a man of science and reasoning, always trying to pick out possibilities before jumping to conclusions. But everything I'd experienced leaves me puzzled. Everything you read actually happened. And even if, I guess even I'm having trouble believing it sometimes, it's simply overwhelming. My imaginary friend Charlie. Back when I was a kid, I had an imaginary friend named Charlie. From what I remember, Charlie was around from the time I was about 4 years old up until I was 9, when my family moved to a different house. So I spent 5 years talking and playing with Charlie. My parents encouraged it because I didn't have any real friends or siblings, and it wasn't uncommon for a lonely kid to create an imaginary friend to play with. I was a loner, and still very much am today. Charlie told me that he used to live in my house before my family moved in. I believed him, because we often played hide and seek, and he knew all of the best hiding spots. He knew things about the house that even I didn't know at that time. A couple of times I asked him where his parents were and why they didn't live in the house with him, and he never gave me an answer. After a year or so, he started asking me to do strange things, like stealing change from my mom's purse, or hiding my dad's car keys so he wouldn't be late for work, or so he would be late for work. Random mischievous stuff like that. When I refused, his requests became much more sinister, telling me to push my mom down the stairs, start a fire in my parents' bedroom. Of course, I again refused. Charlie became more cold, and instead of wanting to play, he only suggested doing things to hurt me or my parents. I was scared of him. I never told my parents what he said, only that I didn't want to play with him anymore. When we moved out of that house, I didn't bring Charlie with me. I forgot about him for many years, until a few days ago, when my mother asked me if I remembered having an imaginary friend growing up. That's when all of this started to come back to me. I did some research into this history of this old house, and found that there was indeed a young boy named Charles whose family lived in the house about 15 years before mine, and apparently died at a young age, but I couldn't find any info as to how or where he died. Stories from my old house. I'm currently 18, and I've been living in my house for, I'd say, about 8 years now. My family, which includes at the time my 2 sisters and my mother, moved in with my Nana because of a few reasons I wouldn't want to bore you with. But for the first 10 years of my life, we lived in a house where so many unexplained things happened. Even since us moving, a few horrible things have happened there, which I won't go into detail about, possibly later. Firstly, this was before I was born, and when I was a newborn. My elder sister, who was 3 when I was born, had a friend that she played with in the house. She described her as a skinny, blonde-haired girl. She distinctly remembers her having a mole on her left cheek. My sister is also blonde, so when my mother saw a young blonde girl dash past her doorway, she would assume it was my sister. Only until she realized that my sister was in the same room as her. My sister would just blabber on about her friend to my mother quite frequently, saying how much she liked to play with her. Another time, my mother was asleep on the couch. She said it was around 9 or 10 at night, and she was awoken suddenly by a man she'd never seen before, screaming her name in her face. She still says it was the most terrified she's ever been, and has called the police as well as my dad, who's at work at the time, to come home. The house was searched, but no sign of anyone. There was even times where my mother would lose her keys or phone or whatever, check somewhere, for example, the kitchen side. They wouldn't be there. She'd go look somewhere else and then come back into the kitchen to find whatever she was looking for sat in a place she'd already searched. In my own experience at that house, I'd hear tapping on the walls, footsteps. But I'm a person who thinks rationally and logically, so I pass these off. Yeah, I can't explain my personal experiences, but not as clueless as to immediately say that it was something paranormal. I agree, Gecko. A few years back, however, my mother got a message on Facebook from the people who moved in after we left, asking if anything weird happened there when we lived at the house. So some weird stuff must have happened to them too. It's pretty depressing because everyone in my family has some memory of that something strange was happening at that old house apart from me. Well, if you don't count the tapping and the footsteps. But being in the house did feel unsettling. And I even thought of the idea of cold spots and a haunted place as a bit of a cliche, but there would be times where you'd suddenly feel cold. Deceased family members saying one last goodbye. Now, before I continue the stories, I'm going to recite that they might not have occurred exactly how I described them, since both of the stories I'm going to tell happened when I was pretty young. Nevertheless, here are 2 stories that didn't happen to me, but happened to both my grandmother and my sister. Back in 2006, my granddad passed away, and at the time I would have been 4. But as someone who has a terrible memory, I can still remember him pretty well. When he passed away, it hit everyone pretty hard, and my Nan, for the first time in her life, now lived by herself. My Nan used to have a queen-sized bed, which essentially had bedside tables connected to it, as well as a headrest which was big enough to hold pictures and small ornaments. So basically it was pretty big. On the 2 bedside tables, there were 2 huge lamps, which turned on and off whenever you touched the lamp itself. It didn't have a switch. One night, not too long after my granddad passes away, my Nan was just laying in bed when the lamp next to where my granddad would sleep lit up and then turned off. She brushed it off as something possibly leaning up against the lamp, but then it happened again, so she was understandably pretty spooked. She decided to ask if it was my granddad, and the lamp turned on. My Nan began to cry, began to say various different things, and she was getting a response as the lamp turned on and off. She recorded it happening, but considering it was 2006, and I'm unsure what she even recorded it on, I've never seen the footage, but both my mom and Nan for both said that it exists. In the unlikely event that it ever gets found, I'm definitely 100% posting it. As a skeptic when it comes to the paranormal, I hope that it would possibly make me into a believer. Around 2011, my gran passed away, and at the time, she was not in a position both physically and financially to live on her own. So she lived with my dad right up until she passed away. My parents split when I was really young, so when we would go to see him, I would sleep in his room, which was pretty big enough for an extra bed, and my sisters slept in another room. But when my gran passed, my older sister slept in her room from then on. One day she opened the door to go to sleep, only to find my gran sat on the edge of the bed. I clearly remember her running into my dad's room in tears, screaming, saying that she saw my gran. I remember my dad trying to calm her down, and when he went into the room himself, he saw nothing. My sister was terrified of going back in there and subsequently didn't spend weekends at my dad's for a very long time. I'm both grateful but also pretty annoyed that I've never encountered anything like this. It probably really shit me up. I'm the sort of person who hates horror films, so I'd rather not have an experience like this, but then again, I always brush off stories because I myself have never experienced anything relatable in any way. Welcome to the unexplored dimensions of Paranormal M, where we share stories that blur the line between reality and the supernatural. Subscribe and hit that notification bell to be part of our journey into the unknown. I'm finally ready to talk about her. This took place over a few years in a farmhouse in the desert of Arizona. It was newly developed land. We moved into the place when I was 15. At the time, I was going through a lot emotionally and smoking a lot of weed. That might explain some of my personal experiences, so I'll try not to dwell on them too much. The house was set up almost plantation style. It was very wide and narrow, a big wraparound porch and lots of awkward corners. The front room was a tall library with an open balcony to the upstairs, which ran into long, skinny bedrooms. My parents' room was closest to the stairs and attached to a nursery with a sliding and suite door. My brothers, 2 years younger, and my room were at the end of the dark hallway. That side of the house never got sun, so it was bad vibes all around. Downstairs, there was a fucked up Harry Potter-style closet, a sunken living room, a kitchen in the center of the house, and a sunken playroom for the baby. It honestly started the first day we moved in. My brother and I were the only ones in the house, unboxing plates. The place was so empty, everything echoed. I swear it sounded like a little girl laughed, like a creepy track you could get off an app or something. Keep in mind, the TVs were not plugged in. We were on an acre of land far away from the dirt road, and my brother was way too stupid to pull a prank like that. I started hearing voices at night. This wasn't unusual. I honestly used to freak myself out badly. I think I made up noises to scare myself. My parents had raised me not to talk about things scaring me, to tough it out and to be a big girl. It was fine most of the time during the day. Everything came at night. I remember distinctly when it started messing with me in bed. In solidarity, my brother and I kept our bedroom doors open for the hallway's nightlight, and in case we needed to call for each other. We had a pretty fucked up childhood that might have contributed to all the codependency that I'll describe during this. I was falling asleep, but not quite out. I felt the blanket slipping off the bed and reached down to grab it. This was common. I didn't have a bed frame with a foot. It kept slipping no matter how I tried to tuck it. In classic horror movie fashion, the last time I pulled it, I felt tension. There was nothing that it could have been caught on. I feel like the second I went from confused to terrified, it bounced back to me. I don't know how to explain this well, but I was sure someone was under the bed pulling it from me. Later, I moved another nightlight into the bedroom. It was kind of a spooky amber orange, and I convinced my parents to let me paint the walls cherry red. Again, I was almost asleep, but not quite asleep, so I don't think it could have been sleep paralysis. I heard the carpet rustle, and maybe joints cracking. It sounded like my mom had come to check on me. I opened my eyes, and I immediately froze. I don't think I've ever been more scared in my life. There was a woman crawling across my floor from the far side of my room to the foot of my bed. She was pale with stringy hair, like she was going bald. I couldn't see her face. I don't know how I fell asleep. I couldn't scream or move. I think she disappeared under my bed. Again, this could be a hallucination. My baby brother was about 7 months old when she started coming out during the day. My mom was a teacher at the time and was able to stay home with us during summer vacation. It was lunchtime. We were watching a movie quietly downstairs while the baby napped. There were noises upstairs, like something dropped to the ground. We listened for a second before my mom ran up. She thought the baby had fallen out of his crib. We opened the door and found him asleep. There was some weird shit on the floor. It took us a while to figure out it was drywall or something. There was a crawl space to a small attic where the AC and insulation could be reached. It was barely big enough to get into, and a good 9 feet from the ground. It also had to be pushed up and slid over to open. There was a visible gap. The carpet was a really ugly dark blue, so we could see white fucking spots in the ground like something was dragged from one side of the room to where the crib was. It stopped right in front of it. My mom checked the closet and called my stepdad. He couldn't leave work, so we stayed downstairs until he got home and checked the crawl space. We've never had animals. It's really difficult for most things to live in Arizona, so wildlife is pretty rare in that area. He didn't find anything, or signs of anything living up there. This happened every other day for 2 weeks. We really didn't know what to make of it. My mom thought it might be the AC sort of suctioning the opening up. It stopped and didn't happen again for 2.5 years. When my baby sister was born and stayed in the same crib, again it happened on and off for a few weeks, and then never again. The AC never popped that opening. To keep my own solo experiences brief, I had a period of 3 months where I straight up didn't sleep. I went crazy. Every night I felt like my bed was shaking. The instant I laid my head, it would vibrate. The metal frame would sway. I'd feel like someone was pushing the mattress between the baseboards or sitting on the corner. I had my brother touch the frame one night to tell me if the shaking was in my head or not. He said it wasn't, but I'm not sure if he was just playing into it. I thought I might be having seizures or something. At one point, I got so frustrated I started sleeping on the couch downstairs with the dog. I started hearing whispers, too. Not a noise that sounded odd, but someone calling my name. My name has 3 fucking syllables. I would be in my room, door open, doing something at night after my parents went to bed. It was a female voice, but it sounded off. I don't know how to explain it. The downstairs really scared me after the lights went out, so I never went down, but I did walk to the balcony to look down. I never saw anything, but the whispering would stop when I got close. My brother started hearing it too. He's kinda weird. His life's dream has been enlisting in the army, so his reaction was always getting his knife and walking right downstairs to confront it. He'd turn on the lights and look around before coming back up. He slept on my floor for a few nights because he was convinced that she wanted me. We had prior haunting experiences which led to my parents making jokes that the ghosts follow us. They didn't pay much attention to it at this time when it was quiet. One night my parents went out with the babies. My brother and I were in our rooms, doors open as usual. We started hearing something weird. I thought it was the wind. It got louder until it was clear that it was a woman fucking wailing. I know it sounds crazy, but it was so clear. We hid in my room for what felt like hours calling my mom. For some reason, it didn't occur to us to call the police. The crying stopped. We hatched a plan to run for the stairs and out the nearest door. All of the lights were on in the house, and my brother had his stupid knives. It's like it knew we were going to leave. We heard shuffling outside the door and maybe breathing. It could have been the air conditioning. We kind of decided that we were ready to die, unlocked the door and booked it. The crying started again, and it was clear it was in my parents' room. We stood outside the property line for an hour waiting for them to come home, watching the house. No one could have gotten out without us seeing. We had huge windows lining the upstairs hallway that showed everything with the lights on. My parents made fun of us and still do about that night. A few other incidents include my baby brother talking to the man, quote-unquote, upstairs. He'd stand in front of the balcony and talk up to someone. He told us the man was hiding in my room. He talked about the man in the window and would ask, "Who's that?" directed at the doors at night. I don't want to talk about all of it, but there were so many instances of voices and doors slamming and things being knocked over in my room that I thought I was losing my mind. I moved out at 18 and came back occasionally, usually to babysit. Apparently, my reluctant believer mother and absolute skeptic stepdad watched a coffee pot jump off the counter. They also were sitting outside having a fire on an open evening when they saw a figure in the balcony window of their bedroom. It was a tall man, but my stepdad still needed the urge to go upstairs. It appeared a second time, closer to where the nursery door was. My mom said that she had horrible dreams about a man in the corner of her room after that. She was present for many of the times that we heard footsteps upstairs, doors slamming when the AC was off, but she always denied there being anything wrong. My parents left town with the kids for a week. At this point, I was 19 and living happily an hour away. My mom begged me to check on my brother and stay a few nights for the weekend. I arrived during the evening after I got off of work. I asked how it had been alone, and he said it was fine. He just didn't go upstairs at night and minded his own business, as he says. He said if he ignored it and tried not to get scared, then it ignored him. He felt safe with the dog. We were watching YouTube and eating when we started to hear a deep noise. At first, I thought it was a biker, one of the small buggies people drove out there. Then I noticed it was holding a tune. It was humming. The dog had a weird thing about staring into the bathroom if the door was open, which was scary at night. This time, the door was closed, and he still stood up and stared. The noise was so deep it sounded like it couldn't be human, but it was definitely melodic. There's nothing I could figure out to explain it. My brother and I just kind of looked at each other. Then a door slammed upstairs and we decided to fuck off and go on a walk. When we got back, I decided I would sleep in my parents' room. It didn't feel right to stay in the kids' room, but looking back, it would have been best to stay close to my brother. I fell asleep surprisingly easy. I guess about 2 hours passed before my brother slammed the door open. The house smelled like it was burning. Not really like a fire smell, but like a burning plastic and trash smell. I was panicked. I was the adult and I didn't know what to do. We checked the house. I turned off the air conditioning thinking it might be on fire, and we opened all the windows and fell asleep on the couches downstairs. The next day, the smell was still lingering, but less overwhelming. The air conditioner was fine when I turned it back on. Like usual, the day was fine. That next night, my brother and I went on a Jack-in-the-Box run. It might have taken 30 minutes. We arrived home to a mess of blood, vomit, and shit. The dog was sick all over the living room. We immediately took him to an emergency vet, certain he was dying. They checked him for everything that they could and gave him a clean bill. When we got home, all hell broke loose. My brother and I were cleaning up a mess with the doors open for airflow. There was absolutely insane banging noises from upstairs. We hadn't locked up on the way out. My brother thought someone had snuck in and was trashing the upstairs. He went up to check, and I hung downstairs ready to call the police. Nothing happened. Nothing even seemed out of place. We kept cleaning, but the noise started almost immediately. It kind of sounded like someone was shouting behind a wall of cement. I couldn't tell the gender. My brother told me that he had been fine until I got there, that I could leave if I wanted. I totally did, and I didn't go back. My parents sold the house this year. During the interim of the move, they stayed in an Airbnb. My brother lived really close to his work, so we stayed in the house with the dog for a few weeks. This story is just his own, so I'm still not sure if I believe it. He's kind of weird, but not one to embellish. He had been hearing the usual things, even his name being called in the night, but ignored it all. His friends had been coming over to keep him company. The last day he was supposed to finish moving, he brought a friend. He says he felt that they were being watched the whole time they cleared the place out, and his friend left him to lock up. They got into the car facing the house when they noticed the blinds were open. They were definitely closed on the way out. His friend claims that he saw them open from the side of his eye. My brother says there was a woman squatting in front of the downstairs window close to where he had just left from. She was pale, her nose was hooked, and her hair was black and stringy. Again, classic horror movie ghost. He said she had black eyes with visible white dots in the middle, inside out eyes, as he called them. And she was smiling. He says it took him a second of shock to realize she was looking right at him. He felt sick, like she could walk right out and get him. The burned rubber when his friend snapped out of it and they screamed at each other all the way down the road about what they saw. He called me right after to explain it, but I was with friends and not really willing to listen. What fucks me up is that my mom thought he had a psychotic break. He went into his room and cried all night at the Airbnb. She thought something happened with his girlfriend. My brother is not a crier. I haven't seen him do it since we were little. When we got together and talked about it, his eyes teared up then too. He said he didn't know why, he just knew she wanted to kill him. He drew a picture of her. Let me know if you're interested in seeing it. It's not great, but it still fills me with the deepest foreboding. It took me a while to realize that I saw her too, just once in my bedroom almost 5 years ago. Seeing her suddenly made sense. I knew it didn't feel like a woman, but it felt feminine. It felt like something pretending to be a woman. Anyways, I know this is long. Feel free to offer your own opinion. My ex brought this up today. We dated all through high school and had a few experiences together that she recounts as her only paranormal encounter. I would love to still think this was my own delusion, but it was shared by too many people to be. Maybe a few things are explainable, but most of it isn't. It's affected me so deeply I'm still terrified that if I think too much about her, she'll follow us a state away. I also forgot to mention that we heard word from neighbors that the previous family had 12 people, Mormons, living in a house that we could only fit 6 into. They were really weird according to multiple families, and they moved in with 5 kids and left with 4. We heard a toddler drowned in the upstairs bathtub. No idea which one, or if this is true. We couldn't find any documentation. My life as a sensitive person. To start off with, I've always been a sensitive person, to the point that I'm highly susceptible to migraines, sun sickness, and car sickness. Not only are my regular senses heightened, but I could be sort of having a sixth sense. I always say that this is a family thing, but I can't actually remember who told me that, when, or why. That said, I've always been able to kind of feel people's energy in the form of emotions, and had a bit of an awareness of electromagnetic energy. I was able to tell when a CRTV was on anywhere in the house. But most relevant to this subreddit, I've always been sensitive to the supernatural. I also usually don't dream, though dreaming has become more common in adulthood, but I attribute that to a less consistent sleep, as I most often dream only if I fall back asleep after waking up. As a kid, I remember I was afraid of the dark because I always felt like I saw things in it, but that was very likely my imagination, as I remember that I didn't have a strong ability to differentiate my imagination from reality until I was about 8. I remember around 12 I had an out-of-body experience, but that wasn't really ghostly. Around 14 or 15, I had a very active autumn. On Halloween, I saw 3 shadow people in one night. One watching me from a fence, one behind an above-ground pool while playing hide and seek, and I can't remember the third, but I remember there was 3. This all happened at my father's best friend's house during a Halloween party, and I remember people saying I must have saw someone in a costume, but the more you think about it, the dumber that sounds, because shadow people really just don't look like people in costume. A week or 2 later in November, I was out late at an appointment with my mother, and we were walking back to the car. The building had lights on the sides, and I was trailing a few feet behind my mother. It was a short walk, but at one point I just looked down at my shadow and noticed a second one next to mine, almost twice as long and maybe a foot wider. I looked over my left shoulder to see where it was coming from, but as I did, I heard a rustling in the bushes about 5 feet to my right. Turning around, I didn't see anything there or in the bushes, and the shadow was gone. I freaked out and ran with my mom to the car. I can't remember clearly if I definitively saw shadow people any times in the future after that, but I think I did. The next major things I experienced, though, were with my Uncle Frank. He was a very well-respected man, and not just my godfather, but felt like the godfather with the way that he treated everybody and the way that he carried himself. He had a position high up in American Airlines, and when he passed away in 2012, I remember being told that the plane carrying his body back to New York made 2 trips around the city before landing. I think he landed at JFK. I don't know for sure. During this time, though, I was 17 and attending Stony Brook University, so I had to get picked up and brought home for the funeral. I only had 1 pair of dress pants that I brought with me, and before we threw it in the wash, we emptied the pockets. But when I took the pants out of the dryer and stuck my hands in my pockets to open them up, I found a freshly minted $20 bill. I still have it pressed into a book in my pocket. Every time I saw Frank, he'd give me money, just like that. So finding that 20, I just started crying. Frank is an active spirit, and I know he's done a few other things, but only one other stands out in my memory. This spring, my cousin Gina got engaged to her longtime boyfriend Rory. Rory knew about Frank, of course, but I don't think they ever met, and he said that after Gina said yes, they had commented, "I wish I could have asked your grandfather Frank for permission." They swore that immediately after they said that, a rainbow appeared out of nowhere. When I spoke to my mom about how I can't remember more Frank stories, she assured me that people like him are always around, and she said she still feels her father around all the time. I asked her about this because she's never mentioned this to me before, and she was surprised she hadn't. So I'll share what she said now. Whenever I'm looking for something in the garage, I usually have trouble. So if I can't find something after a moment, I just say, "Okay, Dad, where is it?" And suddenly it would appear. I found this to be a very interesting story for a few reasons. 1, my grandfather died long before we got their current house, so kind of funny he'd know where anything in that garage is. 2, my mom has always had a talent for finding things no one else can, and I've joked about her being able to find anything for years. I wonder if that's just because of her dad. This last thing I have to mention is not really fun at all, and I still don't know how to explain it. So me and my fiance moved into our apartment last June, and we went to her family's Thanksgiving together for the first time ever that year. So on the way there, we went through a neighborhood that I've never seen before. And the second we entered the neighborhood, something very, very wrong. I'm starting to cry and sweat cold, just remembering this, but I can't explain it very well. I was just sitting there, and all of a sudden I got a chill. Something was focusing on me, a very strong presence. I couldn't say where or what, but something was in that neighborhood. It took us about 7 minutes to get from one side to the other, and my fiancée was terrified. Not because she felt anything, but because I was crying, a horrified mess complaining to her about something watching me. Something felt like it was out to get me, and I'd never been so scared in my life. We went to my parents after we left her family's house, so we've never gone back to that neighborhood. And I wasn't paying attention to where it was going, so I'm not sure where it was. But I don't want to ever go back there again. It's a really hard thing to explain, that sudden sensation of not being watched but almost hunted. I'd never felt anything like it before, and I never want to feel it again. I never saw anything. It was about 3 o'clock, so not even dark out. And it seemed like a normal neighborhood, but I swear on my life that something was there, and it felt like it was out to get me for the entire time we were there. Westminster Chime. So I live in the tropics of Australia. My house is situated in a remote part of the Daintree rainforest. I live on a house that sits on stilts, a Queenslander. And from my bedroom window, it's about 3 to 4 meter drop. My closest neighbor is about 1 kilometer away, 0.62 miles. I don't live on a main road. However, I'm close to a creek. There's literally no one near me. This only happened around 2 nights ago. I was alone in my house, except for my cockatiel. I was sitting in bed watching some TV. Nothing out of the usual. I then got that all too familiar feeling of someone watching me, or something about to happen, a feeling that I've gotten accustomed to over the past 20 years. At that point, I heard the tap running in the kitchen, which I thought was strange, so I got up and went to the kitchen, with my phone torch as my only guidance. Didn't want to wake my bird up by turning the lights on. I've gotten used to these types of things happening, and I'm not really all that scared of them anymore. However, as I turned off the tap, my wall clock did its Westminster chime. I looked over and the time showed 12:38 a.m. This straight away caught my attention, as I only set the clock to chime every hour. Then, as I was near the clock, the tap turned back on full force. I jolted quickly, looking in its direction. I went to turn it off, and there was condensation all over the handle and all over the window that sits above the tap. The tap was freezing cold, even though the water coming out was boiling hot. My bird at this point was now awake due to my clock, as it had just chimed a second time, roughly 12:44. I quickly got my bird and brought him back into my bedroom with me. I left the kitchen and the clock, as I just couldn't be bothered to put up with what was going on. My poor bird was scared shitless. I admit I kinda was too. As I sat in my bed, there were 3 knocks on my bedroom door. When I ignored them, they moved to my window. I got up and opened my curtains to nothing but trees and black as ink sky. I opened up the window, and my God, I'm getting goosebumps writing this. I heard whispers at the bottom of the ground far below me. I couldn't understand what they were saying. Then they stopped. As soon as they stopped, 3 knocks yet again hit my door. I slammed my window shut and locked the door. I yelled out, "Can you please just leave me in peace?" They stopped. Nothing else happened that night, and I finally got some sleep. It was really creepy. Not too scary, but scary enough to give me some trouble sleeping. House on Schloss Street. It was one of the last weeks of my Christmas holiday in Australia. My family was getting ready to move out of our Queenslander. For those who don't know what a Queenslander is, the experience happened within a week. The last 2 days, Tuesday and Wednesday, I had 2 mates over for a sleepover. The first day of this experience, previous Friday, my grandfather was looking after me. The house has a general layout. There's a long hallway, 4 bedrooms, and 2 bathrooms that branch off from said hallway. At the bottom of the hallway, there's the kitchen, lounge room, and dining area. There's a second small hallway leading from the kitchen out to the back deck. This deck sits far higher up than the backyard, like a giant balcony looking over at the backyard. It's worth mentioning that a spare bedroom branches off from the top of the main hallway. This is where the ladder of the story is. I should also mention that I had a fascination for electrics, still do, so I had electric train sets, and I also had a security system, only 3 security cameras, because I liked playing around with the switchboard. Friday. My mom and dad had left early for work, so I woke up to the smell of crispy bacon and egg breakfast sandwiches. My grandfather always believes that the breakfast is the most important meal and never settles for anything that doesn't have sausages, eggs, or some sort of breakfast sandwich. I slowly stumbled into the kitchen, still half asleep, gazing up at my steaming hot meal on the table. "Well, are you going to sit down and eat?" "It isn't going to eat itself." Per my grandfather's query, I sat down and ate. So did he. We had a bit of a discussion. He said that we would go to the corner shop in the afternoon, but he wanted to watch the midday races, which was code word for he wanted to sleep for 3 hours after lunch. After breakfast, I played with some Lego and played with my dog. Nothing really happens until after lunch, and my grandfather's asleep. So let's skip to then. With my grandfather snoring loudly and reclined in his chair, and me bored with the races, decide to go down into the backyard and say hello to the cockatoos. My neighbors at the time had a pair of sulfur-crested cockatoos. Their cage was outside, down in the middle of the neighborhood boundary, but we didn't mind. I walked down to the cage that sat under 2 huge avocado trees. "Hello, Bluey. Hello, Bluey." The pair knew my name, as I visited them often. They were honestly quite cute. I sat on my little wooden stool I had there, and just admired them for 5 or 10 minutes, as well as listening to the magpies flying high above. Then I got that feeling of someone watching, that feeling that something is going to happen. Out of instincts, I looked behind me, and up towards the deck, just barely able to see the back door due to the perspective. After seeing nothing there, I turned back around to the cockatoos. This is when things become hectic. Only 10 seconds after I turned back around, the crests upon both cockatoos rose simultaneously to their full length. They flattened their body feathers and stood up straight. Cockatoos and cockatiels do this behavior when they're mostly curious, shocked, surprised, or worried. They started to absolutely scream. They started to shout my name, their owner's name, and also started to sort of native scream. I was now in shock. I didn't want to turn around. I was frozen until I felt an icy cold breath on the back of my neck. I instantly turned around from feeling this. I see nothing. While looking behind me, the front legs of my stool just snapped. I fell forward, face planting into the ground. At this point, the cockatoos have started to fly around in their cage. I stand up quickly, frozen again. Then, in the side of my ear, I hear, "Bluey." It was quiet and sounded like an old, angry man. I felt his breath touch the outside of my ear. I started to sprint. I got no more than a meter when I slipped and fell down into the ground from a fallen rotten avocado. I tried to get up, but of course I had badly rolled my ankle. As I tried to stand up, I heard a scream, and I mean a full-on scream, burst into my left ear. "Bluey, run!" Yet again it sounded like the same old creepy man. I was stumbling, almost hopping towards the stairs to get up onto the deck. I was probably going a little faster than walking speed. After reaching the top of the deck, I made the last hobble towards the back door. It was locked. I I started to absolutely scream for my grandfather. I was banging on the door, just yelling as loud as I humanly could. I saw my granddad through the large glass pane rushing towards the door. He pushed it open, but it slammed back into his face, causing the glass pane to shatter into huge shards. Then it stopped and let the door open. Nothing really happened after that. However, my granddad thought it would be best if we spent the rest of the day at his house. Tuesday to Wednesday. I was still in shock from Friday, but today was the day that two of my good friends came for a sleepover, as I was moving cities. Lucas and James arrived around 1 o'clock. We did the usual things, played in the backyard, hung out with the small wooden tree house my dad built us, or that my dad had built us. It sat about halfway up on one of the many avocado trees that we had in the backyard. I did get that creepy feeling that I got on Friday. I wasn't totally comfortable playing around in the yard, but I had my friends there, so I thought it was okay. It was around 6 o'clock when my dad told us to come inside for dinner, and to bring Fletcher inside. Fletcher's my dog. We always bring him inside for the night. We went and fetched Fletcher. He was sniffing around some dirt holes, as lots of schnauzers do. We came into the kitchen and sat down for nachos. We decided to watch a couple of movies, play some Wii, and then go to sleep in the spare bedroom. It was probably 11 o'clock. My parents were in bed and fast asleep. The three of us had just finished watching our third movie and decided that we should probably head off to bed too. We shambled up the long, narrow hallway with Fletcher guiding us. We finally reached the spare bedroom. Inside sat a TV, my switchboard for the cameras, a queen, and a single bed. The three of us sat on the queen bed as James wanted to have a look outside, so I turned on the TV and the camera system set up. I switched to channel 1, the front camera. They had night vision, but as you can imagine, this was around 10 years ago or so it wasn't the best night vision. But it wasn't very clear. I continued to switch to the second camera, channel 2, pointed down towards the driveway, then to the third, channel 3, which looked down into the backyard. James thought it was awesome. Lucas just wanted to sleep, and at this point I was so tired that I really couldn't care. James took control and switched through the channels, thinking he was some sort of security guard. Then some static took hold of channel 2. Bluey. What was that, Bluey? It's just a bit of static. It happens sometimes, James. Fletcher at this point was next to Lucas, the both of them pretty much asleep on the queen bed. I was in the single, making sure James didn't stuff up the setup or my desk. It was at this point where I got that feeling again. I desperately wanted to turn on the bedroom light, but I didn't want to seem like a wuss. So instead, I leaned in closer, now watching each camera very carefully along with James. Fletcher, what are you doing? I'm trying to sleep. I turned around to see Lucas disgruntled, and Fletcher no longer sleeping, but instead standing up on the bed. His ears were pricked up. He was slightly leaning forward, putting pressure on his front legs. Again, this is common defense or attack stance for a schnauzer. He started to growl. I was now fully alarmed. So was Lucas and James. Static had not taken over the camera system, or rather had now taken over the camera system. Lucas put a chair up against the doorknob. James got up and shut the blinds. James scrambled up from the office chair. Lucas grabbed one of the two chairs at my desk and quickly put it up against the door. I sat down and rebooted the system. Quite a panic, if I may add. After rebooting, there was no longer any static. I quickly put it into channel 3 to look at the backyard. Sure enough, I could barely see the cockatoos flying and going wild in their cages. I mustered, oh no. Me saying this absolutely freaked the hell out of James and Lucas. They turned to a puddle of mush. Well, what's wrong, Bluey? Well, I'm pretty sure we're going to find out soon enough. Static no longer filled the camera system, No, instead the lenses started to fog up. I could no longer see out of channel 3. Quick, go to channel 1. There's no point, James. They all have condensation on them. At this point, Lucas was quiet until he said, "Guys, someone just poked me." Lucas was on the queen bed. James was on the single. I was sitting in the office chair. James and I went into the queen with Lucas. The three of us sat huddled. We grabbed Fletcher, still growling, towards the door. The three of us watched the camera. We could see faint shadows moving around. I went to turn on the bedroom light. You guessed it, it wouldn't turn on. Then the camera went to static. I changed the channels. Nothing. All were static. I rebooted it. Twice. Nothing. Then a cackle was heard. I jumped back into the bed. The cackle went again. At this point, James was on the brink of tears. I felt another breath on the back of my neck. It sent a spine-tingling shiver throughout my body. Lucas peeked through the blinds. The window had condensation all over it, but that wasn't the problem. Lucas mumbled, "Oh my God." Written on the outside of the window was END. That window has nothing beneath it except the ground, which was 3/4 meters below. 3 or 4 meters below. Lucas quickly crawled back from the window, back to the middle of the room. Fletcher stopped growling, but now instead was whimpering. Just as he started to whimper, we heard a single tap at the window, then nothing. Fletcher quickly looked towards the door, and sure enough, we heard footsteps slowly coming closer from the hallway. Then the footsteps stopped, right in front of the door. Silence for 10 seconds. Fletcher began to absolutely cry, and for good reason. 3 loud knocks were hit at a large amount of force on the door, then again silence. Until rapid tapping on the window took place, a rock then got thrown at the window, smashing it. We started to absolutely scream, moving the chair trying to pull open the door. Then the same voice screamed in the room. "You're wanting to leave so early? I'm that bad of a host?" The door flung open. An inertia effect happened and we fell flat onto the ground. We got up and ran screaming down the hallway. We bolted past a mirror that shattered as we went past it. My parents were now awake, and as soon as they stepped outside of their room, it all stopped. James and Lucas went home early, and thankfully we moved out of that house 3 days later. However, the next morning we saw the true aftermath. All 3 cameras had been ripped out. Only thing left were wires coming from the roof. We never found the cameras. The window had somehow been smashed, and the 2-meter-long mirror was in ruins. I never really found out who the spirit was, but he was definitely aggressive. The house wasn't too old. I think it was built in the 1940s from what I can remember. Both experiences were terrifying, and I've never owned security cameras again due to the fear of what I may see on them. Unveiled fog. This story happened many years ago, around the months of July and June. My family and I often vacationed up in a cabin in Unveiled, Cairns, Australia, and this was during winter. We do this as we missed the cold days and we would get from our hometown in Toowoomba during the winter, as Cairns is tropical. So it's summer 24/7. Unveiled is a very, very small town that resides on top of a hill. It's one of those towns that if you blink, you miss it. However, it's quaint and friendly. It's historical with about 150 plus years of heritage. It's usually with rich heritage in small towns that local folk legends form over the years. one of these legends came true. We rented this cabin that was on brink of the bushlands and was next door to an old farmhouse that has quite a bit of land, including some of the bushland in the cabin backed up into. To get to the cabin, you had to walk up a somewhat steep dirt road that also leads to the aforementioned farmhouse. The dirt road also had a medium-sized pond that ran along it. This dirt road came off of one of the main streets of Unveiled. Anyway, on our last night staying there, I went to the pub to see one of my good friends who lives in Unveiled. I had to drive early the next morning, so I didn't have a drop of alcohol. He, on the other hand, did not have to drive anywhere the next morning, so he pretty much drained the pub. It got to about 11:30 p.m. and I decided I better get back to the cabin to go to sleep. The cabin was only a 15-minute walk away, so after saying my goodbyes, I started to walk back. As I was walking, I realized not driving was a dumb idea, as it was about 5 degrees Celsius or 41 Fahrenheit. I had a very thin jumper, and that was all. As I continued to walk on, it grew colder. I started to shiver big time. I finally reached the entrance to my driveway. God, did it look ominous. There were no street lights leading along the dirt road, so it was pitch black. I decided to get out my phone and turn the flashlight on. It was at this point that I knew something was up. After I had my flashlight on, the fog started to roll in. At first, it was only light fog, but it continued and developed into heavy fog. Then it surpassed heavy fog. Thereupon, I could barely see my shoes below me. All I could see was white in front of me. I said to myself, here we fucking go, something's about to happen. Get it over and done with. On recollection, I believe I actually said that out loud. My flashlight was now rendered superfluous. I decided to stop walking as I knew there was a steep ditch with a pond at the bottom. The last thing I wanted was to fall in it. As I stood there, only getting colder and even more terrified, I saw a lantern in the distance. A small amber light coming down the driveway. Then I heard, "Son, is that you? Come out here out of the fog. Follow the lamp." It was my mom. I couldn't see her yet, so instead I followed her light. I continued to follow it for about 3 minutes, safely walking up the dirt driveway. I saw the light climb up steps and I heard a door open, so I knew I was near the cabin. Then the light went out. I continued to walk in the direction I saw it last. I was calling out to my mom to turn it back on, and there was no reply. Until I finally ran into a wooden guardrail and some steps. I walked up the steps, and instantly my knees felt weak. They had turned to jelly. I was on the doorstep of the old abandoned farmhouse. The door was there, swinging open in the gentle wind, making a sinister creaking noise along with it. There's 3 things you do in this type of situation. The 3 F's. Flight, fight, or freeze. I was frozen to the core. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't turn around and find my way back. I was definitely not stepping foot inside that house. I was stuck. I then heard a voice coming from inside the house. "My son, welcome home. Nasty weather, hmm?" The voice no longer sounded like my mom's. It had a prominent British accent. It was then I realized I would rather be out in the fog than standing in the doorstep of this house. I quickly walked down the stairs. I heard the voice now yelling, "My son, where are you going?" I started to sprint, but I was running and I smashed my foot and leg against some stone and fell flat onto the ground. I took a chunk out of my knee and cuts all along my hands, still have the scars. I turned around and realized I had not tripped over a stone. I had tripped over a tombstone. At this point, I screamed. I got up and I started to run even more. I was screaming out for my parents and started to slow down to a jog. I stopped. I thought I got far enough from the house until a little amber light, at least 6 of them, started to surround me. They started to come closer. I found a gap between them and I ran for it. Yet again, I felt like I was sprinting for my life. It was like I was in a race, but the metal at the end was my life. Before I knew it, slam! I ran straight into a wall with my head being the contact point. I blacked out. And for what I can remember, I was woken up by my dad, who heard something smack into the cabin. Apparently, when he went out to get me, he saw one little amber light flickering near the farmhouse through all the fog. That was the end of my night. And any vacation near that cabin. We decided not to leave early the next morning, to give me time to rest. This also gave me time to ring up my friend so he could come over and perhaps give me some insight into what I saw and what my dad saw. Me and him sat out on the patio. I could see the farmhouse only about 500 meters away. It looked old and desolate. This is the folk legend according to him. Apparently, back when the small town was first being founded, that farmhouse was one of the first built in the late 19th century. During the 1910s, a well-known mother, Anne, her apparent name, let her son play with some of the mates down in the main stretch of town that one day. It started to get late. As it got later, Anne grew more worried. Then heavy fog started to roll in. She decided to get her kerosene lamp and go out looking for him. As soon as she walked down, she could hear his footsteps. She told him to follow the lamp. When she made her way back to the house, she was not accompanied by her son. It was not until the next morning that they found him dead in the bottom of the pond. He hit his head hard and died instantly. The grave is apparently her son's. The mother apparently searches for her son on winter nights and lures males from the pub on late cold darkness, mistaking them for her own lost son. The Burning Man. This story happened about 4 years ago. I'm in my late 20s, and so is my friend. It was around June, in Toowoomba, Australia. My friend, let's call him Mark, asked me to come pick him up from his college, Downlands. June is when it gets its coldest in Toowoomba, and that night I remembered reaching -4 degrees Celsius or 25 Fahrenheit. It was around 6:30 when I reached the college. Mark is a teacher there, and apparently his car had stopped working. I wandered through the dark trying to find the admin block. I finally reached the block, and Mark was inside. He looked shaken up. I asked him what happened. He said in a shaky voice, "He's here, a ghost. We're at the school too late. He's been moving stuff." Now, as you can imagine at this point, I started to absolutely freak it. Downlands is a boarding school, so I knew there was a small amount of people still here. However, the boarding block and the admin block is a far, far ways apart, and I was not about to wander through the dark pathways, with Mark spouting the stuff he was. Instead, I decided to go back to the car with him. So we locked up at the office and cautiously walked out. As we were blindly walking the concrete path in our thick jumpers, the wind was making an eerie howling noise as it started to blow gusts. Then I saw a flickering light, an orange light coming from behind us. All of a sudden it got very warm, and I mean a quick sudden boost in temperature. We were about halfway down this hill, so Mark and I turned around to see what was at the top of the hill. And this still freaks me out when I think of it. It was a man on fire. He was standing there watching us when we turned around. He stared at us for about 5 seconds, felt like 5 hours then. He then let out the most horrendous scream and started to run at us. Mark and I ran and fell over to the side of the path. The man on fire ran past us down the hill and into the forest. I got up, I looked down toward the oval. He was still running. He just came out of the forest and was running towards a road until him and the fire vanished. At that point, we decided to run to the boarding block and find another member of faculty. We reached the block. We found one of Mark's colleagues. He let us stay the night. We were told it's a common thing to see if you stay in the admin block too late, or if you're walking those paths at that time of night. Even from this block, everyone can hear his screams at least once a week as he terrorizes the school grounds at dark. Apparently, the faculty member, whom was also a teacher, said he had only seen the burning man once. When I asked Mark the next morning what he had seen in the admin block, he replied with, "All the drawers started to open and I heard a voice say, 'The fire has been lit.' When I first started to work here, the office ladies warned me that I shouldn't stay late near the building. Now I know why." Before we left the next morning, we went to the admin block and asked the office ladies if they'd ever seen him. We went in and saw a younger lady in her 30s. She asked, "Do you have an appointment, Mark?" "No, but we just wanted to ask you if you'd ever seen..." Then the older lady, maybe late 60s, early 70s, came out of the back and said, "You two saw the burning man, didn't you?" Mark replied, "Yes, we did. We saw him last night." The old woman came closer and said, "Yes, all the drawers were open. I've seen him many times. Not a pleasant experience. Try not to stay late. If you do, don't come anywhere near this building." The younger lady spoke up. "I've seen him twice. I hated it. I've never stayed late again." We both left. Mark got the day off. I never stepped foot on those school grounds ever again. The burning man at the Downlands College has been noted as one of Toombawoombaa's most just pernicious paranormal experiences. Outback Northern Nissan Ghost. I'm in my late 20s, and last month I had one of the most scariest experiences I've ever had. My family attracts spirits. As in the 18th century, some of my family dabbled in some spiritual stuff. They got blamed as witches, and they got burned at the stake. That's a story for another day. Anyway, I was on a 4-wheel drive adventure with my dad, my mom, and my dog. We have a buffed-up Pajero. Not the best 4-wheel drive, but it still makes it across desert tracks. It was on the 12th of December, I believe. We were crossing a track in the Northern Territory, Australia. We had just finished crossing a rocky portion of the track and was now on flat dirt. We started to set up camp for the night. As I stepped out of the car, I went around to the back where the water containers were to fetch some water for my dog. But as I walked near them, I heard a trickling and gushing noise. Sure enough, a rock had punctured both external water containers. I quickly went and told Dad. We had barely enough internal water to last us a day, so we made the decision to drive at night. You should only really drive at night if you most definitely have to. Otherwise, you should generally avoid it. We knew there was a small community just outside of Uendumu, around 45 minutes away. It was already 7:15, pitch black. We got in the car and started to go for the drive. This road was particularly dangerous, as it was long and straight. People often fell asleep and drove off the road going 110 kilometers an hour. We were about halfway there. I was sitting in the back with my standard schnauzer on my lap, and he was drifting asleep until his ears pricked up. He then jumped up, looked like he was trying to look behind us. I turned around and saw nothing but a black, empty, eerie desert. I turned back to the front to see my mom drifting to sleep and my dad wide awake. Then all of a sudden, my dog started to whine really loud. A really bright light was reflecting in the side mirrors and rear view mirror. My dad said, What? Is that a car behind us? I looked behind us. There were two extremely bright lights tailgating our car. At this point, my dog was barking and whining. My mom had woken up and immediately started to panic. The lights continued to tailgate us for the next 2 minutes. We then passed a tree, and all of a sudden the light had stopped. The car was no longer behind us. It had disappeared. My dad stopped the car. He turned it around, thinking the car may have crashed. We got near the tree. I got up on the roof, turned on the giant spotlight that we had fitted for this trip, and shone it all around us, searching for the car. There was no sight of it, just empty red dirt. We searched for another 15 minutes, even on foot. Nothing. So we continued on with the drive, hoping to find some help in the coming community. Once we reached the small settlement just outside Uendumu, we raced into the pub. The pub was empty except for the bartender. He immediately asked us, "What's wrong? Something up?" My dad replied with, "We were just driving along the track and we saw a car disappear off the road. Somebody could be hurt." The bartender put down his rag and said, "You guys saw the Northern Nissan. No one's hurt, at least now." I replied in a somewhat impatient tone, "What do you mean somebody could be hurt?" He then pointed to the news article up on the wood wall. It read, "Nissan crashes into tree, killed all 2 on board." What you saw was the ghost of the Northern Nissan. It crashed a bit more than a decade ago. It was 2 brothers quickly making their way into town as one of the brothers were sick. They crashed into that tree at about 7:30 p.m. Many people who make that road at night see them, at around the time you guys saw them. My mom's mouth had dropped. My dad sat down. We stayed in that small settlement for the night. In the morning, we decided to go look at the tree. What we saw was a scar from the crash, and exactly where we saw the car disappear the night before. It was creepy to think about. I got out on foot searching for a ghost car. Seconds after it had disappeared, my family had seen the Northern Nissan. Drunk, so telling my tale. This was around 5 or 6 years ago. I'd say I was a skeptic, but not adverse to the idea of ghosts. I worked in a nursery, kids, not plants, and the building itself used to be a hospital for tuberculosis. The baby side of the nursery was an old morgue for the hospital, not my side. I'd never heard anything in that building, in the nursery, but numerous girls, staff, had said that they had seen a woman walking around the baby's nap room in the old morgue. But when they ran in, it was always empty. It had a video monitor so they would see her on the black and white screen. The older kids were in the old hospital. Anyways, I'd covered many times in this old morgue, and I'd worked in the old hospital side for 3 years without any incident or hearing of any incident. One night, though, when I'd moved to the office, not working with the kids anymore, I had a few things to finish up when the nursery was closing, so I spoke to the manager and got their keys so I could close. The owner lived in a house right behind the nursery, and there were houses all around. Also, again, I had worked there 3 years and was often the first person to arrive in the morning. So when I decided to close, I was not worried. It was also Scotland in the summer, so even though it was 6 at night, it was very bright outside. It was about 6:30 when I finished what I was doing, and I was in no rush. I was in a great mood because I had managed to finish something so important, so I was kind of swanning around the building. At the last one, I had to check every room to make sure that there were no kids or fire hazards. And as I was checking a room at the back with the glass, a Perpix, just kind of walking, looking into the entrance, I saw a tall man dressed in dark clothes walk into the front door. I ran to the entrance to tell them all the kids were gone already and to check the other building, but no one was there. Very strange, but I figured I must have imagined it because I was looking from the other side of the building. So I cracked on with checking rooms. I got to the next room, and I had a panicked feeling telling me to get out, run as fast as I could and not look back. I have anxiety, but I've never experienced anything like this. It was like a serial killer was chasing you. As soon as I got outside the door, I felt a wave of calm over me. I locked the door and cycled away. I actually met one of my colleagues just driving away. That's how quick I had been. Anyway, the next morning, I told the manager. Basically said I wouldn't close again, and I wouldn't want anyone else doing it on their own. That's when the girl who had been doing it for months said that she had seen the figure, the same as I had seen, every night, either the door or the preschool, and she always felt that it meant her harm. She needed a pay increase with closing, and she was very level-headed. Just like me, we actually worked in the same room and got on for that reason. I didn't want to think about it too much, but she did what she had to do and get out of there as soon as possible. During the day, we had no problems at all, so we thought that maybe the entity was fine with day-to-day business, but once it was done, they wanted us out of there. Either way, that feeling and the clearness with it that I saw that man has made me seriously rethink ghosts. I'm not even sure if that's what it was, but honestly, that feeling was unlike anything I've ever felt before or since. Pure hatred in your heart. Great-grandmother. It was back in 2008 or 2009. My great-grandmother had passed away. Fortunately, I had the chance to see her one last time, the week before she died, and she told me that she had left us with a smile. With that, I knew that seeing me was really delightful for her. So it was early in the morning, getting ready to go to the nurse before going to school with my little sister. We're both sitting at the back of the car, still a little sleepy. While I was looking outside the window, I saw a humanoid figure forming. I immediately recognized this face. It was my late great-grandmother wearing the same flowery purple blouse I've always seen her with, both hands on her stomach, looking at me and saying something. Today I still don't know what she wanted to tell me. When it happened, I thought I was the only one who saw this. I told my mother about this the next day, and she almost told me I was kind of crazy, until my sister also told me that she had seen the apparition. I was kind of disturbed by hearing that. It was thrilling and frightful at the same time. The only person who believed us without saying we were crazy was her grandmother, actually the great-grandmother's daughter, because she was also seeing her in her dreams, in her prayers, and she kept talking to her for maybe 5 years or more. Until one night, my great-grandfather didn't visit my grandmother. More recently, this didn't happen to me but to my sister last year. She was sleeping at one of her friends' places, and she had a sleep paralysis episode. Not really a sleep paralysis, it was really strange, and during that, she was wide awake. She could walk, but not talk. Trying to wake up one of her friends, she scratched him. She also saw her great-grandmother saying something to her, but still, we don't know what. Some lurked in the shadows. Something else might have been protecting me. From a cloaked man in a hood without a face, to someone with an affinity for a certain room, as well as several other sightings in between, the Holy Family Parish Church in Maine is haunted with a lot of activities. The Stillwater Montessori School rented out 2 rooms and utilized a good part of the building for their interests. From 1990 to 1997, I went to this school. Its layout was fairly simple. The door to the school was the one closest to the road. It opened up to a long hallway immediately in front and a hallway to the right. This right hallway was where the school resided. This shorter hallway on the right side had a classroom that we used as a dining room, then 2 classrooms, Terry's and Al's. Past those 3 rooms was a large open coat closet. Around the corner along the adjacent wall was a large kitchen with a few tables. On the left side, a catering hall across Terry's classroom, and bathrooms across the coat closet. The kitchen. In the large kitchen, something lurked. This room, us students weren't allowed to play in, and we used it only periodically, if the church needed our normal dining hall for an event, perhaps. I saw it lurking throughout the day. I always saw whatever this was through the half-length window of the closed door. It looked like a man with a head with long, dark hair. Every time I saw him, he walked past the door. I never saw a face. Being a curious, somewhat mischievous kid, I had to check to see who else was misbehaving. Often the door would be locked. I'd peek through the window and see no one inside the room. When the door was unlocked, I stepped inside. I wouldn't be greeted by anyone. The room was always empty. Well, it always looked empty. It didn't feel empty. It didn't sound empty. There was an authoritative energy in the room. It was strict and cold. I was a little nervous that if I stayed there for more than a minute, I'd get a good beating. The minimal moments I poked my whole body in the room, I could faintly hear dishes rattling by the sink, and a general mixing, cooking sounds. Sometimes we'd have to eat lunch in this room because our normal dining room was occupied. I was the only student not excited to eat my lunch here. Upon finding out that we'd be guests in this room, I'd dread it and lose my appetite. I wasn't the only one eating there, so that made it a little bit better, but I still didn't feel welcome. I'd constantly hear extra noises that didn't match students who were eating packed lunches. It was unsettling. I was always glad lunch was over in this room. The reception hall. The school used the catering hall for potlucks throughout the year. The potlucks would include a theater show put on by the students. The energy in this hall was somewhat ominous, due to the kitchen and bathrooms jutting out from an otherwise large rectangular room. There were 3 sections of this room: the open area in front of the bathrooms, the large area overlooking the kitchen, and the smaller area that faced the entrance. This smaller area had a dark corner where the paneling was different. It looked like a booth or nook that maybe a cash register might be placed. Behind the counter, there was a weird room and a closet that didn't feel right. Other than this section, light brown paneling, a suspended ceiling, and white-gray speckled vinyl adorned the room. In the center of the longest back wall hung a large crucifix between 2 large windows. There were 2 potlucks a year. Rehearsals took place in the hall on a makeshift stage between the 2 windows. This is where all the shows were performed. I always felt an audience of 2 extra people watching us. In the height of this feeling, whenever I'd look over by the kitchen wall directly across from where I was standing, I'd see a faint shadow of a man in a top hat. The man wasn't letting off a whole lot of emotions. He was just there, like an overseer, sending wide bits of compassion in a slightly ominous way. Meanwhile, over by the darker paneling, an angry energy lingered behind the shadows, invisible to the eye, but I could feel it, sorrowful anger looming. As long as I stood clear of this dark area and never ventured there alone, I knew I was safe. Midnight Mass at Christmas. Growing up, it was a tradition to go to midnight Mass on Christmas. My Aunt Claire, my brother Josh, and I would nap in the evening and get up at 11 and head to Mass. Often the church that would host the Mass was the Holy Family Parish Church. One Christmas while I was in high school, probably 2003, we arrived at the church and entered the church by way of the main entrance overlooking the road. The three of us walked down the alley to sit in the pew that we wanted, towards the middle of the floor. We sat down as the Mass went on. Eventually, I caught a glimpse of a man on the stage. Anger and confusion added to the overwhelming, gracious, peaceful Christmas atmosphere. He was wearing a black cloak. The hood was over his invisible head. It just stood there for a few seconds before it just turned around and disappeared behind a red curtain. Even though this hooded figure scared me, I never mentioned it to anyone. I knew it wouldn't be able to hurt me. Usually, all Catholic churches have some energy. None of the energy is anything like what looms here.